Chapter 1: The Quiet Arrival. Arthur Finch steered the sputtering sedan along the narrow, tree-lined lane. Sunlight, fractured by the dense canopy, dappled the cracked asphalt. He squinted, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. The final turn, according to the hastily scribbled directions, should be just ahead. A worn wooden sign, barely legible, confirmed it. Oakhaven, Pop, 187. Welcome. The welcome had a disconcerting tilt, as if it were about to slide off. He eased the car onto a gravel track that crunched under the tires. Oakhaven. He'd inherited the small cottage from a great-aunt he barely remembered, a recluse named Ilara. His city life, the stale office air, the incessant digital hum, the pressure of deadlines had become a tightening band around his chest. Oakhaven was supposed to be an escape, a place to breathe, perhaps even to write something beyond corporate reports. The village green appeared, a surprisingly neat expanse of grass with a weathered bandstand at its center. Houses, a mix of stone and timber, ringed it, their windows like watchful eyes. A few figures moved with unhurried slowness. An old woman with a headscarf, Martha Grumbles he'd later learn her name was, swept her porch with deliberate, rhythmic strokes, her gaze lingering on his unfamiliar vehicle. A delivery truck rumbled past the small general store, its driver giving a cursory nod. The cottage, Willow Creek Cottage according to the rusty gate, was at the far end of the green, slightly set apart, shaded by an enormous, gnarled willow whose branches drooped almost to the ground. It was small, undeniably quaint, with a stone chimney and ivy crawling up one wall. Arthur retrieved the key from under a loose flagstone, just as the solicitor's letter had described. The lock groaned in protest before yielding. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of dust, old wood, and something faintly herbal like dried lavender. Furniture huddled under white sheets, ghostly shapes in the dim light. He pulled one off an armchair, sending motes dancing in the sunbeams slicing through a grimy window. It would take work, a lot of work, but it was his. For now. He spent the afternoon in a flurry of basic domesticity. Opening windows to air the place out, a preliminary sweep of the floors, locating the fuse box. The silence, once the car engine died, was profound, broken only by the rustle of leaves and the distant chirping of birds. It was almost too quiet. Later, as dusk began to paint the sky in hues of bruised purple and orange, he ventured out for a walk. The village seemed to be settling down for the evening. Lights glowed warmly from windows. He passed a small house with a neatly tended garden. A woman, Dora Finchley, with paint smudges on her apron and kind eyes, was tending to her roses. She offered a small, shy smile and a good evening. Arthur returned the gesture, a knot of city tension loosening slightly. He found the village pub, the Sleeping Fox, its sign creaking gently in the evening breeze. A few locals occupied stools at the bar, their conversation a low murmur. He ordered a pint and sat at a small table, observing. There was a comfortable rhythm to the place, an unforced familiarity among the patrons. No one paid him much mind, beyond a polite nod from the publican. As he walked back to Willow Creek Cottage, the stars were beginning to prick the darkening sky. The air was cool, clean. He stood for a moment by the gate, listening to the crickets. Maybe this was exactly what he needed, a fresh start. A clean slate. He locked the door, the old mechanism clunking reassuringly, and navigated the sheet-draped furniture to the small bedroom. Sleep came surprisingly easily, heavy and dreamless. The silence of Oakhaven for this first night was a balm. The following morning, Arthur awoke to the sound of birdsong, a cheerful, complex chorus. He stretched, feeling a sense of peace he hadn't experienced in years. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the dust motes in what he thought was a rather charming way. He made a mental note to tackle the grime properly later. First, coffee. He padded into the small kitchen, found an old percolator and a tin of coffee grounds that, surprisingly, still smelled potent. As the coffee burbled, he glanced out the window towards the village green. Martha Grumbles was on her porch, sweeping with those same deliberate, rhythmic strokes. She looked up as he watched, her gaze direct, unwavering. He offered a hesitant wave. She merely paused her sweeping for a moment before resuming, her expression unreadable. Odd. He shrugged it off. Country folk, perhaps not used to newcomers. He took his coffee to the front step. The village was slowly coming to life. The delivery truck rumbled past the general store again, the driver giving the same cursory nod. Arthur frowned. Hadn't he seen that exact sequence yesterday? The timing, the nod. It felt identical. He shook his head. Coincidence. Small villages probably had rigid routines. He decided to explore a bit more, perhaps find a path into the woods that reportedly lay beyond the village. As he walked past Dora Finchley's cottage, she was in her garden again, tending to the same patch of roses. She looked up, paint smudges on her apron, and offered that same small, shy smile. "Good evening," she said. Arthur stopped. "It's morning," he corrected gently. Dora blinked, a flicker of confusion in her kind eyes. Oh, of course, silly me. Good morning, then." She turned back to her roses, a faint flush on her cheeks. Arthur walked on, a strange prickle of unease crawling up his spine. That wasn't just routine. That was wrong. He spent an hour wandering, the initial pleasure of the morning walk slowly eroding. He kept seeing small things, hearing snippets of conversation that seemed eerily familiar, like echoes from the day before. He tried to dismiss it. Stress, new environment, an overactive imagination. He returned to the cottage, the feeling of disquiet growing. He decided to unpack some of his books to create a sense of normalcy, of his own presence in this strange new place. As he lifted a box, a faint sound reached him, so subtle he almost missed it. A whisper like dry leaves skittering across stone, or a voice from a badly tuned radio. He froze, listening. It was gone. He strained his ears, but there was only the usual silence of the old house, the distant bird calls. "Just the old house settling," he muttered, though he didn't quite believe it. The afternoon passed in a haze of this growing unease. He tried to read, but the words wouldn't settle. He kept glancing out the window, half expecting to see something out of place, something to confirm the weirdness that was nipping at the edges of his perception. Everything looked normal, deceptively normal. As dusk began to fall, replicating the previous evening's bruised sky, he found himself drawn towards the sleeping fox. The same locals were on the same stools. He ordered a pint, his hand trembling slightly as he paid. The publican gave him the same polite nod. Arthur sat at the same table. The conversation around him, the ebb and flow of it, felt like a recording. He drank his pint quickly, the taste metallic in his mouth. He needed to get out. Walking back to Willow Creek Cottage, the stars pricked the sky, cold and distant. He fumbled with the key, his heart thudding. The lock groaned. He stepped inside, the musty air thick and cloying. He didn't bother with lights, navigating by the faint moonlight. He collapsed onto the bed, clothes and all, a profound sense of dread washing over him. This wasn't a fresh start. This was something else, something terribly wrong. Sleep, when it finally came, was shallow, plagued by half-formed anxieties that skittered away when he tried to grasp them. The silence of Oakhaven now held a different quality, a waiting, watchful quality that made his skin crawl. Chapter 2. The Whispering Loop. The insistent chirping of birds dragged Arthur from a restless sleep. He lay still for a moment, a heavy sense of foreboding pressing down on him. Sunlight, bright and intrusive, sliced through the grimy window pane. He sat up, his mouth dry, his head aching. The room was exactly as he'd left it, clothes discarded on the floor, the sheets tangled. He forced himself out of bed, moving like an old man. The small kitchen, the percolator, the tin of coffee, his hand hovered over it. He had a sickening premonition of what he would see if he looked out the window. He had to know. He walked to the window, his reflection a pale, worried ghost in the glass. He looked towards the green. Martha grumbles on her porch, sweeping, rhythmic strokes. She looked up, her gaze direct, unwavering. Arthur felt a cold fist clench in his stomach. He didn't wave this time. He backed away from the window, a choked sound escaping his lips. "No," he whispered. "No, this isn't happening." The delivery truck rumbled past the general store. The driver gave his cursory nod. The world outside his window was a perfect, horrifying replay. He sank onto a dusty kitchen chair, the coffee forgotten. His mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. A prank, a bizarre, elaborate, village-wide practical joke, but the precision, the sheer impossibility of it. He had to break the pattern. He had to do something different. He skipped the coffee. He wouldn't walk past Dora Finchley's. He wouldn't go to the pub. He would stay in the cottage. He would lock the doors. He would wait this out. The morning crawled by. Every creak of the old house, every distant sound from the village seemed magnified, imbued with a sinister significance. He paced the small rooms, a caged animal. He tried to read, but the letters swam before his eyes. He tried to write, but his thoughts were a jumble of fear and disbelief. Around mid-morning, the whispering started again. Fainter this time, almost subliminal, like the rustle of silk or distant, sibilant voices just beyond the range of comprehension. He pressed his ear to the wall, trying to locate the source. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. The echo weaver, though he didn't know its name, was tuning its delicate, insidious instrument. He covered his ears. "Stop it," he hissed into the empty room. Lunchtime approached. He realized he hadn't eaten. He found some old crackers in a cupboard, stale but edible. As he chewed, he looked out the window again, a morbid curiosity compelling him. Dora Finchley was in her garden, tending her roses. He watched, his heart hammering as a figure, his own figure from the previous loop's memory, walked past. Dora looked up, smiled her shy smile. "Good evening," she called out to the phantom Arthur. The real Arthur, watching from his window, felt a wave of nausea. He was seeing himself from yesterday, replaying a scene he now knew was a lie, a performance. Dora blinked, confused by the phantom's lack of response or its inevitable correction. Oh, of course, silly me. Good morning, then." He slammed the curtain shut. This was intolerable. He was a prisoner in his own inherited house, a spectator to his own duplicated life. The afternoon was an exercise in escalating dread. The whispers grew slightly more defined, coalescing into what sounded like his name, drawn out, distorted. Arthur. He clapped his hands over his ears, humming loudly, trying to drown it out. He felt like he was losing his mind. He caught his reflection in a dusty mirror in the hallway. For a fraction of a second, his reflection seemed to linger, its expression subtly different, a hint of a smirk. He blinked, and it was just his own tired, frightened face staring back. His heart hammered. Was he hallucinating now? The reflection wraith making its first tentative probe. As dusk approached, the urge to go to the pub to see if that part of the loop would also repeat became overwhelming. It was a compulsion, a need to confirm the totality of this nightmare. He fought it, but his feet seemed to move of their own accord towards the door. He found himself on the path to the sleeping fox. The same locals, the same stools. He didn't order a pint this time. He just stood in the doorway, watching a ghost at the feast. The publican looked up, saw him, and gave that same polite nod as if his presence or lack thereof at the bar made no difference. The conversations, the laughter, it all washed over him, an identical tide. He fled. He ran back to Willow Creek Cottage, gasping for breath, the laughter from the pub seeming to chase him. He slammed the door, bolted it, then dragged a heavy armchair in front of it. He huddled in the darkness, the whispers louder now, coiling around him. "Arthur, why ye?" He didn't sleep. He couldn't. He sat rigid in the darkness, listening to the whispers, to the frantic beating of his own heart, waiting for the dawn that he knew would bring no relief, only repetition. The silence of Oakhaven was no longer watchful. It was actively hostile, alive with unseen, unheard tormentors. The loop was tightening. Chapter 3: The Corroborating Canvas. The bird song was a mockery. Arthur lay on the floor where he'd eventually collapsed, his body stiff, his eyes gritty. He didn't need to look out the window. He knew Martha Grumbles was sweeping. He knew the delivery truck was making its rounds. The third time, the third identical morning. A cold, hard anger began to solidify beneath the fear. This wasn't just happening to him, it was being done to him. But by whom? And why? He had to talk to someone. He couldn't stay locked in the cottage, slowly unraveling. He needed a witness, someone else to see, to acknowledge the wrongness. Dora Finchley. Her confusion the previous day, her out-of-sequence greeting. She was part of it, but perhaps not an intentional one. Perhaps she was a crack in the facade. He forced himself through the morning routine, a grim parody of normalcy. Coffee, a piece of dry toast. He needed to appear calm, rational. He couldn't afford to look like a madman. As he approached Dora's cottage, his steps were heavy with trepidation. She was there, of course, tending the roses, paint-smudged apron, kind eyes. "Good morning," Arthur said, keeping his voice even. Dora looked up, a small, genuine smile this time. "Good morning to you. Lovely day, isn't it?" So the loop reset her interaction if he initiated it correctly. A tiny, insignificant detail, yet it felt like a clue. "Mrs. Finchley," he began, choosing his words carefully, "I was wondering if you've noticed anything unusual lately in the village." She tilted her head, her smile faltering slightly. "Unusual? Like what, Mr. Finch?" "Like things repeating, conversations, events." Dora's brow furrowed. She put down her trowel. "Repeating? I don't quite follow." "Yesterday," Arthur pressed, trying to keep the desperation from his voice. "When I walked by, you said good evening even though it was morning." A flicker of something crossed her face, confusion, a hint of fear. "Oh, did I? How silly of me. My mind must have been elsewhere. I do get rather lost in my thoughts when I'm planning a new painting." "A new painting?" Arthur seized on it. "What are you painting today?" Dora gestured towards an easel set up just inside her open doorway, partially visible from the garden path. "Just a little village scene. The green by the old well. I often paint what I see." Arthur stepped closer, drawn by an invisible current. He could see the canvas now. It depicted the village green, the ancient stone well prominent in the foreground, but there was something else. A darkness around the well, a subtle distortion in the air above it, and lying on the grass near the well was a small, dark shape, a bird, or several birds, fallen. "What are those?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. Dora followed his gaze. "Oh, just some shading, dear, trying to capture the morning light. Sometimes the shadows play tricks." She seemed oblivious to the ominous specificity of the dark shapes. Arthur stared at the painting, a cold dread seeping into his bones. This wasn't just shading. It felt predictive. He thanked her, his voice hollow, and walked away, his mind reeling. He spent the next hour near the village green, watching the well. Children played nearby. Villagers chatted. Everything was normal. Too normal. He felt like a fool, a paranoid outsider seeing omens in an innocent painting. Then it happened. A sudden flurry of wings. A harsh, collective squawk. A flock of starlings flying low over the green suddenly faltered. One, then two, then a dozen, tumbled from the sky, hitting the grass around the well with soft, sickening thuds. The children screamed. Villagers cried out in alarm. Arthur stood frozen, watching the small, dark shapes lie still on the grass, exactly as depicted on Dora Finchley's canvas. He felt a strange detachment, a horrifying clarity. Dora wasn't just painting village scenes. She was painting the loop script, or something was painting it through her. He looked towards her cottage. He could see her standing in her doorway, looking towards the commotion on the green, her hand pressed to her mouth. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with a dawning horror that mirrored his own. She knew, or she was beginning to. The whispers started again later that afternoon back in his cottage. "Arthur, did you see the pretty birds, the echo weaver taunting him?" He stumbled to the hallway mirror. His reflection stared back, haggard, wild-eyed. As he watched, his reflection's lips curved into a slow, deliberate smile, a smile that was not his own. Arthur recoiled, a gasp catching in his throat. The reflection wraith was no longer subtle. It was acknowledging him, mocking him. He barely registered dusk falling. He didn't go to the pub. He didn't need to. He knew what would happen. He knew the day would end and he would wake up to the same bird song, the same Martha grumbles, the same horrifyingly predictable Oakhaven. But now there was a new element, the paintings, a window into the architect's design for each torturous cycle. He sat in the darkness, the knowledge a leaden weight. He was not just trapped. He was being played with, his torment preordained on canvas, a spectacle for an unseen, malevolent intelligence. The village of Oakhaven was a stage, and Dora Finchley's easel was its cursed playbill. Sleep was an enemy, a portal to another identical day of carefully orchestrated dread. Chapter 4: The Architect's Hand. The fourth morning. Arthur no longer fought the certainty of it. He was a creature of the loop, his existence defined by its repeating cadence. The bird song, Martha grumbles, rhythmic sweeping, the rumble of the delivery truck, they were the metronome clicks of his private hell. His first, urgent thought was Dora Finchley's new canvas. What horror had the architect dictated for today? He forced down some coffee, his hand shaking so much it slopped onto the counter. He had to see the painting. He had to know what to expect, even if knowing was its own form of torture. He found Dora in her garden, her movements agitated, her face etched with a new, deeper anxiety. She barely acknowledged his good morning. Her eyes kept darting towards the easel, which she had moved further inside, as if trying to hide it. "The painting, Mrs. Finchley," Arthur said, his voice flat. "May I see it?" She wrung her hands. "Oh, it's nothing, Mr. Finch, just a silly little thing, not worth looking at." "Please." His tone brooked no argument. Reluctantly, she stepped aside. Arthur moved into the small, cluttered living room. The easel stood in the center. The canvas was small, but the image it held was stark and unsettling. It depicted the interior of the general store. Shelves askew, jars shattered on the floor, and in the middle of the chaos, a figure, indistinct but clearly distressed, clutching their head. It wasn't detailed enough to be a specific villager, but the sense of panic was palpable. "An accident?" Arthur asked, his gaze fixed on the painted scene. Dora shook her head, her voice trembling. "I don't know what it is, I paint what comes to me. These last few days, the images are so vivid, so unpleasant." She looked at him, her eyes pleading. "What's happening, Mr. Finch?" "I think," Arthur said slowly, "someone is showing you what's going to happen." Her face paled further. "But who and why?" "That," Arthur said, "is what I intend to find out." But the bravado in his voice felt hollow even to himself. He left Dora to her fear and went to the general store. It was early. Mrs. Gable, the proprietor, a stout woman with a no-nonsense air, was arranging tins on a shelf. Everything was neat, orderly, the calm before the painted storm. Arthur bought a newspaper he had no intention of reading and a stale pastry. He sat on a bench on the green, opposite the store, and waited. The hours crawled. Villagers came and went. He saw Martha Grumbles pass by, her eyes lingering on him with a new intensity. He could almost hear the architect whispering in her ear, twisting her perceptions of him. He's the strange one. He's the cause of all this. Around mid-morning, young Tom Cotter, a lad with a perpetually innocent expression, wandered into the store. Arthur watched him. A few minutes later, Tom emerged, carrying a small paper bag. He seemed happy. Then a shout from inside the store. A crash. Arthur was on his feet, running. He burst through the door. Mrs. Gable was on the floor, amidst a scattering of tins and broken glass from a shattered pickle jar. She was clutching her leg, her face contorted in pain. "My ankle," she gasped, "slipped on something, those blasted pickles." Arthur helped her up, his mind racing. The painting hadn't shown how it would happen, just the aftermath. Young Tom Cotter had been in the store. Had he dropped something? Caused the spill? It seemed too mundane, too accidental for the architect's usual flair. Or was that the point? To make him doubt, to make him see malice in the mundane. As he helped Mrs. Gable to a chair, he noticed it. A small, almost imperceptible shimmer in the air near the pickle display, like heat haze. It vanished as he looked directly at it. A trick of the light, or something else. The curator of pain, perhaps, nudging events along, ensuring the prophecy of the canvas was fulfilled. Later, back in his cottage, the whispers of the echo weaver were more insistent, more personal. "Arthur, you couldn't stop it, could you? So clumsy." He slammed his hands over his ears. He dared to look in the hallway mirror. His reflection stared back, and this time it spoke. Its lips moved, forming words only he could hear in his mind. "You belong here now, with us." The voice was cold, ancient, utterly devoid of human emotion. The reflection wraith was evolving, becoming a more direct conduit for the architect's will. In his bedroom, something new awaited him. Placed carefully on his pillow was a child's wooden toy soldier, one he hadn't seen in 30 years. Its painted uniform was chipped, one arm missing. A relic from a forgotten box in his parents' attic. How? The curator of pain, a deeply personal touch, a message: "We know you, Arthur, we know your past." The air in the room felt cold, violated. A new element of horror bloomed, the stillborn muse. As he stared at the toy soldier, a fleeting image flashed at the edge of his vision, a path through the woods behind his cottage, a glimmer of something white at its end. An escape, a clue. He turned, but the image was gone, leaving only a tantalizing, frustrating echo. He rushed out the back into the overgrown garden looking for the path. It wasn't there. False hope, dangled then snatched away. The day ended. The stars emerged. The loop would reset. But the architect was no longer just setting the stage. It was actively interacting, leaving its fingerprints, its signature on every torment. Dora's paintings were the overture, but the whispers, the reflections, the personalized relics, these were the intimate, terrifying communications from the mind behind his suffering. He was trapped not just in a loop, but in a meticulously crafted experiment, and the architect was a patient, endlessly inventive scientist of fear. Chapter 5: The Stolen Moments. The bird song that heralded the fifth loop was, for Arthur, the sound of a starting gun he was doomed to lose. Each repetition was a fresh wave of despair, yet beneath it, a stubborn ember of defiance began to glow. He would not break, not yet. His first stop, as it now always was Dora Finchley's cottage. He needed to see the day's decreed horror. Dora met him at the gate, her face a mask of sleepless terror. She didn't even try to hide the easel this time. She simply pointed a trembling finger towards it. The painting was of the old Oakhaven church, its stone spire stark against a turbulent, unnaturally dark sky. Cracks, like jagged black veins, snaked across the church tower. One of the stained glass windows was shattered, dark shards littering the ground below. The image radiated a sense of imminent collapse, of desecration. "The church," Arthur murmured, his gaze fixed on the ominous depiction. "Something will happen to the church." Dora nodded, tears welling in her eyes. "I tried, Mr. Finch, I tried to paint something else. Flowers, a sunny sky, but my hand, it wouldn't obey, it kept going back to this." She held up her paint-stained hands as if they were alien things. The architect's control was absolute, even over its unwilling oracle. Arthur spent the morning watching the church. It stood solid, ancient, a bastion of supposed peace in the village. Father Hemlock, the village priest, a man whose sermons usually drifted into vague platitudes, was tending the small graveyard beside it. He looked up as Arthur approached, his expression unreadable. "A fine morning, Mr. Finch," Father Hemlock said, his voice smooth. "Though the sky looks a bit troubled, wouldn't you say?" He gestured towards the heavens, which were, in fact, clear and blue. A chill ran down Arthur's spine. Was the priest seeing the sky from the painting? Was the architect's influence spreading, subtly altering the perceptions of others? Arthur tried to warn him. "Father, I believe the church might be in some danger today. The tower." Father Hemlock smiled, a serene, almost beatific expression. "The Lord's house is strong, my son. It has weathered many storms." His eyes, however, seemed to hold a distant, unsettling light. The warning was useless. Throughout the morning, Arthur noticed something new, something profoundly disquieting. Time itself felt wrong. He'd glance at the church clock, then look away for what felt like a few minutes, only to see that 20 minutes had passed. Or he'd engage in a brief, looped conversation with a villager, and it would seem to stretch to elongate, the seconds dragging like hours. He saw a cat, sleek and black, basking in a patch of sun. As he watched, its fur seemed to dull, its movements to slow, its eyes to cloud over with an impossible speed. Within minutes, it looked ancient, decrepit. Then, as if a switch were flipped, it was young and vibrant again. The chronal leech was at play, its presence unseen, its effects maddeningly inconsistent, stealing moments, distorting the flow of the day. He felt the architect was deliberately trying to unmoor him, to make him doubt the very fabric of his reality, not just the events within it. If he couldn't trust time, what could he trust? The whispers of the echo weaver grew more insidious. They no longer just called his name or taunted him. Now they mimicked the voices of his past, his mother's gentle chiding, his father's disappointed sigh, a former lover's tearful accusation. Each sound was a pinpoint of remembered pain, amplified, twisted. "You always fail, Arthur. You disappoint everyone." He retreated to his cottage, seeking refuge, but there was none. The reflection wraith was waiting. As he passed the hallway mirror, his reflection didn't just smile. It reached out. A shadowy, insubstantial hand pressed against the glass from the other side, its fingers splayed as if trying to break through. Arthur stumbled back, his breath catching in his throat. The barrier between his world and the architect's twisted mirror was thinning. The stillborn muse offered its cruel hope. A sudden, vivid image, a loose stone in the church wall, a hidden compartment behind it. Inside, a small, leather-bound book, a journal, an answer. He raced to the church, his heart pounding with a desperate hope. He found the stone just as the vision had shown. He pried it loose with trembling fingers. The compartment was empty. A dry, rustling laughter seemed to echo around him, the sound of the echo weaver, or perhaps the architect itself, savoring his disappointment. As late afternoon approached, the sky above Oakhaven began to darken, mirroring Dora's painting. Clouds, the color of bruises, massed overhead. A wind picked up, whipping through the trees, carrying the scent of rain and something else, something acrid. Arthur stood on the green, watching the church. The predicted moment was approaching. Martha Grumbles hurried past, clutching her shawl. "A storm's coming, Mr. Finch," she called out, her voice tight with an unusual anxiety. "A bad one. Best be indoors." Her earlier suspicion of him seemed to have been replaced by a general, pervasive fear. The architect's influence was a subtle poison, seeping into the collective consciousness of Oakhaven. Then it began. A low rumble, not of thunder, but from the earth itself. The ground beneath his feet trembled. Cracks appeared on the ancient stones of the church tower, spreading like dark lightning. With a groan that seemed to tear through the fabric of the afternoon, the top of the spire canted, then fell, crashing into the church roof with a deafening explosion of stone and timber. One of the stained glass windows shattered outwards, raining down colored splinters. The prophecy was fulfilled. Arthur didn't feel triumph or even the grim satisfaction of being right, only a vast, crushing weariness. He was a puppet, dancing to the architect's tune, his every move anticipated, his struggles merely part of the performance. As dusk settled and the terrified villagers emerged to stare at their ruined church, Arthur walked back to Willow Creek Cottage. He knew the loop would reset. The church would be whole again. Father Hemlock would offer his serene platitudes. Dora would paint a new horror. But something had shifted. The architect was no longer just playing with events. It was playing with time itself, with his memories, with his very sanity. The stolen moments, the auditory torments, the reaching reflection, the attacks were becoming more personal, more invasive. The question was no longer just how to escape the loop, but how much of himself would be left if he ever did. He sat in the dark, not waiting for sleep, but for the inevitable erasure of the day and the fresh, new agony the architect would surely devise for the morrow. Chapter 6. The Sowing of Scorn. The sixth dawn arrived with its customary, unwelcome birdsong. Arthur felt a grim resolve hardening within him. The architect's torments were escalating, but so was his determination not to be a passive victim. He was still a rat in a maze, but he would bite the bars. Dora Finchley's painting for the day was less overtly destructive than the church's collapse, yet it held a peculiar, insidious dread. It depicted the village green, but the figures on it were small, indistinct, gathered in tight, whispering knots. Their painted faces, where discernible, were turned inwards, away from a single, isolated figure standing near the bandstand, a figure that bore a disturbing, though crude, resemblance to Arthur himself. The atmosphere of the painting was one of exclusion, of suspicion. "They're talking about someone," Arthur observed, his voice flat. Dora wrung her hands, her gaze darting nervously around her small cottage as if the painted figures might materialize. "It feels cold, Mr. Finch, the painting, like a judgment." "The architect is turning the village against me," Arthur stated, more to himself than to her, more overtly this time. His walk through Oakhaven confirmed his interpretation. The usual greetings were absent. Villagers who would normally offer a nod or a polite good morning now averted their gaze, their conversation ceasing abruptly as he approached. He saw Martha Grumbles on the steps of the general store, speaking animatedly to a small group. Her voice, usually low and gravelly, carried an unusual sharpness. As Arthur drew nearer, her words became audible. "A strange fellow, that one. Comes from the city asking odd questions. Since he arrived, nothing's been right. First the birds, then Mrs. Gable's fall, and now the church spire. It's a dark omen, I tell you." The others murmured in agreement, casting furtive, hostile glances towards Arthur. Martha Grumbles, the architect's chosen mouthpiece, was no longer just a gossip. She was a poisoner of minds, sowing seeds of fear and resentment that the architect clearly intended to cultivate. The chronal leech's influence seemed more pronounced today. Time felt slippery, unreliable. Arthur would intend to spend 5 minutes observing Martha's group, only to find a half-hour had vanished. Or he'd try to walk across the green, and it would feel as if he were wading through treacle, each step an eternity. It made planning, even thinking clearly, a monumental effort. The architect was subtly eroding his ability to react, to strategize. The echo weaver also intensified its campaign. The whispers were no longer just his name or past regrets. Now they were the voices of the villagers, distorted, filled with malice. "He's cursed. He brings bad luck. He's not one of us." He heard Martha Grumble's voice, magnified, echoing in his mind, accusing him of things he hadn't done, of intentions he didn't possess. It was a relentless assault on his sanity, blurring the lines between what was real and what was manufactured torment. He found himself drawn to the bandstand, the place where his painted counterpart stood isolated. He sat on one of its weathered benches, feeling the weight of unseen eyes, the palpable chill of communal suspicion. A group of children who usually played nearby were herded away by their mothers as he approached. The stillborn muse offered its cruel jest. A sudden, clear thought. Martha keeps a diary under her mattress. It will explain everything. Hope, sharp and desperate, pierced through him. If he could understand Martha's motivations, perhaps he could counter her. Perhaps the diary held a clue to the architect's influence. He waited until he saw Martha leave her cottage, heading towards the pub for her usual lunchtime stout. Then, heart pounding, he slipped around the back, found her unlocked kitchen door. Oakhaven was, after all, usually a trusting place, and crept inside. The cottage was small, impeccably neat, smelling of lavender and old newsprint. He found the bedroom, the mattress. He lifted it. No diary, only a layer of dust and a few stray cobwebs. As he straightened, a floorboard creaked behind him. He whirled around. Martha Grumble stood in the doorway, her eyes narrowed, a look of cold triumph on her face. "Looking for something, Mr. Finch?" she asked, her voice dangerously soft. He was trapped. The stillborn muse had led him straight into the architect's snare. This wasn't about finding a diary, it was about framing him. I thought I heard a noise," he stammered, knowing how feeble it sounded. "A noise, or were you planting something? Some dark city magic, perhaps, like you did at the church?" Her voice rose, quavering with manufactured outrage. She began to shout, "Help, thief! He's in my house, the outsider. He's trying to curse us all." Doors opened along the street. Faces appeared at windows. Within moments, a small crowd had gathered. Officer Dunn, the village constable, pushed his way through, his expression grim. "What's all this, Martha?" he puffed. "He broke in, Officer Finch. I found him rummaging in my bedroom. He's up to no good, I tell you. He's the one causing all the trouble." Arthur tried to explain, but his words were drowned out by Martha's accusations and the angry murmurs of the crowd. He saw no sympathy in their faces, only fear and hostility. The architect's seeds had taken root. Officer Dunn took his arm. "You'd best come with me, Mr. Finch. We need to have a chat down at the station." The station was a small, musty office at the back of the village hall. The chat was a one-sided interrogation, with Officer Dunn echoing Martha's suspicions, his questions loaded with the architect's insidious logic. Arthur's denials were met with stony disbelief. As he sat there enduring the constable's blustering, he glanced at a cracked mirror on the wall. His reflection, the reflection wraith, smirked back at him, its eyes glowing faintly. It raised a shadowy hand in a mock salute. "Well played, architect," Arthur thought, a bitter taste in his mouth. He was eventually released with a stern warning to stay out of trouble. But the damage was done. He was no longer just an outsider. He was a suspect, a pariah. Dusk found him back at Willow Creek Cottage, the weight of the village's scorn heavy on his shoulders. The curator of pain had left its mark. On his kitchen table, arranged with meticulous artistic malice, were photographs. Old, faded photos of him as a child, happy, innocent. Next to them, newer photos, ones he didn't recognize, showing him lurking in shadows, his face distorted into a sinister grimace, looking like the very villain Martha Grumbles painted him to be. They were fakes, of course, but undeniably effective. The architect was not just twisting the present, it was rewriting his past, creating a narrative of inherent malevolence. He slumped into a chair. The whispers of the echo weaver a cacophony of accusation and mockery. The loop would reset. Martha would be suspicious but not yet openly accusatory. He would have to live through her campaign of slander all over again, knowing its inevitable outcome. The architect wasn't just trying to break him. It was trying to dismantle him, piece by piece, until there was nothing left but the caricature it wanted him to be. The isolation of the loop was now compounded by the isolation from the villagers. He was utterly, terrifyingly alone. Chapter 7. The Shifting Sands of Hours. The seventh rotation began, and with it, a palpable sense of dread regarding the chronal leech. Its influence had been subtly increasing, but Arthur felt a cold certainty that today, the architect would unleash its temporal distortions with greater force. Dora Finchley's painting confirmed his fear, though in an abstract, unsettling way. It depicted the village clock tower, its face not showing numbers but a swirling, chaotic vortex of colors. The hands of the clock were blurred, stretched, as if spinning at an impossible speed or perhaps melting. Below it, the village green was distorted, figures elongated and indistinct, caught in a visual representation of temporal flux. "Time," Arthur said, his voice grim. "It's going to be about time." Dora nodded, her face pale. It felt, frantic painting it, like trying to catch water. I couldn't make anything stay still. The day started normally enough, or as normal as Oakhaven could be. Martha Grumbles was on her porch, her sweeping less rhythmic, more agitated. She shot him a venomous glare as he passed, the previous day's break-in clearly fresh in the architect's script for her. The villagers he encountered offered no greetings, only cold shoulders and suspicious stares. The social isolation was now a fixed part of the loop. The first major temporal anomaly hit around mid-morning. Arthur was attempting to walk to the general store, a journey that usually took 5 minutes. He took a step, and the world around him seemed to lurch, to fast forward. The sun leaped across the sky. Villagers blurred past him like phantoms. When his perception stabilized, he was standing in the same spot, but the church clock showed that 2 hours had passed. 2 hours of his life stolen, vanished into the architect's vortex. He'd done nothing, experienced nothing, yet the time was gone. Panic clawed at him. How could he fight an enemy who could literally steal his time, his opportunities to act or react? The chronal leech's manifestations became more frequent, more aggressive. He'd be in mid-thought, and suddenly the thought would be incomplete, the preceding moments erased from his memory as if they'd never happened. He'd reach for an object, and his hand would pass through it. The object briefly desynced from his timeline. Then it would solidify again, but a few precious seconds would be gone. He tried to talk to Dora, to warn her, but mid-sentence, she would suddenly be finishing a task she hadn't started, looking at him with confusion as if he'd just appeared. The leech wasn't just affecting him. It was fracturing the continuity of the entire village, though only he seemed fully aware of the larger pattern. The echo weaver capitalized on this temporal chaos. The whispers now included snatches of conversations that hadn't happened yet, or echoes of events from loops he hadn't yet experienced, further disorienting him. He heard his own voice, desperate and pleading from some future iteration of his torment. "Help me. It's taking everything." His reflection in shop windows, in puddles, in the polished surface of a doorknob, was the reflection wraith, its form more solid, its mockery more pronounced. It would sometimes mouth words that seemed to correspond with the chronal leech's attacks. "Lost it. Gone forever. Too slow, Arthur." Desperate to anchor himself, he focused on a single, simple task, to sit on the bench by the village well and observe, to try and find a pattern in the temporal madness. He sat, gripping the edge of the bench, trying to count seconds, to maintain a sense of linear progression. The stillborn muse chose this moment for its intervention, a clear, lucid period. Time seemed to stabilize. He saw a small, metallic glint under the bench opposite him. He approached cautiously. It was a tiny, intricately carved silver locket shaped like a teardrop. He picked it up. As his fingers closed around it, a wave of intense vertigo washed over him. The world around him dissolved into a blinding white light. When his vision cleared, he was still on the green, but everything was different. The season had changed. Autumn leaves carpeted the grass. The air was crisp and cold. Villagers in heavier clothing hurried past, their faces unfamiliar. The church spire was whole. He looked at his hands, they were wrinkled, aged. He felt a crippling weakness in his limbs. He had been flung into the future. How far? Days, weeks, years. Panic, stark and overwhelming, seized him. He stumbled towards Willow Creek Cottage. It looked neglected, overgrown. He tried the door, locked. He peered through a grimy window, empty. Dust lay thick on everything. He had lost. The loop hadn't reset. He had been ejected from it, stranded in a future where he had clearly failed, where Oakhaven had moved on without him, or perhaps succumbed to the architect entirely. He sank to his knees, a despair so profound it was almost a physical blow. This was the architect's ultimate victory, not just torment but utter, irreversible defeat. Then, as suddenly as it began, the future dissolved. The white light, the vertigo. He was back on the bench. Summer sun warmed his face. The locket was gone from his hand. Only seconds had passed in real loop time. The stillborn muse had given him a glimpse of a possible, horrifying future, a personalized vision of failure designed to break his spirit. It was the most devastating blow yet. The architect wasn't just controlling the present loop. It was showing him the futility of all his efforts. The rest of the day was a blur of lesser temporal distortions. Moments stolen, memories fragmented. The curator of pain added its touch. When he returned to his cottage, he found a calendar on his wall. Not his calendar. This one was for a month 5 years in the future. Every single day was crossed off with a thick red X, except for today's date, which was circled with a single chilling word written beside it. Forgotten. He didn't fight the end of the day. He welcomed it. Let the loop reset. Let this day of stolen hours and terrifying futures be wiped clean. But the fear lingered. The architect could manipulate time. It could show him the end. And the end it showed was bleak. His defiance felt small, insignificant, against an enemy who could unravel the very fabric of his existence. The game was rigged, and the architect was a master of changing the rules without warning. Chapter 8: The Fractured Self. The eighth dawn. Arthur felt like a frayed nerve stretched taut by the architect's relentless assaults. Today he sensed a shift in the torment. The external horrors, the village, the events were still present, but the primary focus felt intensely personal, aimed squarely at his own mind, his own identity. The reflection wraith, he suspected, would take center stage. Dora Finchley's painting was deeply unsettling. It showed a room, recognizably the living room of Willow Creek Cottage. In the center stood a figure, Arthur, but his reflection in a large, ornate mirror on the wall was subtly different. The painted reflection was taller, its posture more confident, almost predatory, and its eyes held a glint of something cold and calculating. The two figures, self and reflection, seemed to be on the verge of confrontation, or perhaps a horrifying merger. "It's about the mirror," Arthur said, his voice hushed. Dora's old hallway mirror, the one that had become the reflection Wraith's favored portal. Dora could only nod, her hand trembling as she clutched a paint-stained rag. It wouldn't let me paint anything else. It felt like it was watching me. Arthur avoided the hallway mirror for as long as he could. He busied himself with pointless tasks, the familiar dread of the loop pressing in. Martha Grumbles was already active, her voice carrying from the green as she recounted her version of his crimes to any villager who would listen. The social isolation was a constant, grinding pressure. The chronal leech made its presence felt with subtle, disorienting skips in time, a dropped cup suddenly back in his hand, a sentence started then forgotten. The echo weaver whispered insidious doubts, fragments of his own insecure thoughts amplified and twisted into accusations. "You're weak, Arthur. You're cracking. You can't even trust your own mind anymore." He knew he couldn't avoid the hallway indefinitely. The architect's script demanded it. Steeling himself, he walked towards it. His reflection was there as always, but today it was sharper, more defined, and it was not mimicking him. As Arthur approached, his reflection remained still, watching him with an unnerving intensity. Its eyes, the Wraith's eyes, seemed to glow with a faint, internal luminescence. "Good morning, Arthur," the reflection Wraith's voice echoed in his mind, no longer a faint whisper but a clear, resonant thought. "Or is it? Time is so flexible here, isn't it?" Arthur stared, speechless. The Wraith had never been this communicative, this articulate. "You look tired, Arthur," the Wraith continued, its reflected lips curving into a smirk that was both his and not his. "All this running around, all this futile resistance, it must be exhausting." "What do you want?" Arthur finally managed, his voice raspy. The Wraith tilted its head, a gesture that was eerily graceful. "Want? I am a reflection, Arthur. I reflect what is, and what will be. Perhaps I want to show you your true self, the one you keep hidden." The air in the hallway grew cold. The surface of the mirror seemed to ripple, like water. The reflection Wraith stepped forward, its image appearing to detach slightly from the mirrored surface, becoming more three-dimensional. "We could be so much more, you and I," it purred in his mind. "Why struggle alone when we can face this situation together? I understand this place. I understand the architect." "You are the architect," Arthur accused. The Wraith laughed, a silent, chilling laugh that resonated in Arthur's skull. "An instrument, perhaps, a facet, like Dora's brush, like Martha's tongue. The architect has many tools, Arthur. I am merely the one closest to you." It extended a shadowy hand, pressing it against the glass from its side. The glass seemed to bulge slightly. "Let me out, Arthur, or let me in. We can share this burden. We can share this consciousness." Arthur backed away, horrified. The Wraith was proposing a merger, a possession, to become one with this malevolent extension of the architect. Think of it, the wraith pressed, its voice seductive, hypnotic. No more fear, no more confusion, just clarity, power. You could understand the loop. You could even control it with my help. The stillborn muse chose this moment for its twisted intervention. A sudden, vivid memory surfaced in Arthur's mind, a half-forgotten occult book he'd once skimmed in a university library, a passage about binding spirits, about mirrors as gateways. The memory was accompanied by a fleeting image of chalk symbols, a specific incantation, a way to control the wraith, to trap it. It was a sliver of hope, tantalizing, desperate. The reflection wraith seemed to sense his thoughts. Clever boy, thinking you can trick me. You can't even trick yourself, Arthur. You're fragmented, broken. I can make you whole. Its shadowy hand pressed harder. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the mirror, not physical cracks, but fissures of dark energy spreading like spider webs. The boundary was failing. Arthur, acting on the muse's desperate suggestion, stumbled back, looking for something to write with, to draw the symbols. He found a piece of chalk in a kitchen drawer, a remnant from some previous occupant. He rushed back to the hallway. The wraith was partially emerging, its upper body seeming to push through the glass, which warped and buckled around it like heated plastic. "Too late, Arthur," it hissed, its voice now a mixture of mental projection and a faint, raspy sound in the air. He dropped to his knees, frantically trying to sketch the complex symbols from the muse's implanted memory onto the floorboards in front of the mirror. The chronal leech intervened, time stuttered, his hand moved with agonizing slowness, the chalk skipped, the symbols were crude, misshapen. The wraith laughed, a dry, rustling sound. "Your little magics are quaint, the architect's designs are far more elegant." It lunged. Arthur threw himself sideways. The wraith's shadowy arm swept through the space where he'd been. He felt an icy coldness, a draining sensation, as if part of his essence had been siphoned away. He scrambled back, his heart hammering. The symbols were incomplete, useless. The muse's hope had been a lie, a distraction. The curator of pain made its contribution. On the wall opposite the mirror, a new artwork appeared, a series of portraits of Arthur. The first was him as he was now, tired, fearful. The next showed him with the wraith's glowing eyes. The third depicted him completely merged with the wraith, his face a mask of cold, triumphant cruelty. The final portrait was simply the empty room, the mirror shattered, implying his complete assimilation or destruction. The architect's desired outcome, laid bare. The wraith recoiled slightly, its attention drawn to the portraits. It studied them, its head tilted. "An artist, our architect," it mused. "A grand vision." That momentary distraction was all Arthur had. He fled. He ran from the cottage, out into the indifferent sunlight of Oakhaven, leaving the reflection wraith standing before its projected destiny. He didn't know where he was going. He just knew he had to get away from the mirror, from the cottage, from the fracturing of his own self. The architect wasn't just attacking his environment or his sanity. It was trying to usurp his very being, to replace him with its own monstrous reflection. The fight for Oakhaven was becoming a fight for his soul. Chapter 9. The Labyrinth of False Hope. The ninth loop dawned, and Arthur felt a chilling premonition. After the direct assault by the reflection wraith, he sensed the architect might employ a more insidious tactic: hope. The stillborn muse, he felt, would be the day's primary tormentor, dangling promises only to snatch them away, leading him into meticulously crafted traps. Dora Finchley's painting was deceptively serene, yet deeply unsettling. It depicted a path winding through the dense woods that bordered Oakhaven. Sunlight dappled the forest floor. At the end of the path, just visible, was a faint, ethereal glow, suggesting something wondrous, perhaps an exit. But the trees lining the path were gnarled, their branches like grasping claws, and shadows in the undergrowth seemed to writhe with unseen movement. It was a path to salvation, or to damnation. "The woods," Arthur said, his voice heavy. "It wants me to go into the woods." Dora shivered despite the morning warmth. "The light, Mr. Finch," it felt, inviting, but the shadows, they felt hungry. Arthur spent the early part of the day in a state of heightened anxiety. He avoided Willow Creek Cottage as much as possible, loath to encounter the reflection wraith again. He knew it was still there, a silent, patient predator in the mirror. The architect's supporting cast played their parts. Martha Grumbles, fueled by the previous loop's evidence of his villainy, now openly pointed and muttered as he passed, her pronouncements growing more outlandish. "He consorts with shadows. He steals children's dreams." The villagers, already suspicious, now treated him with outright hostility, crossing the street to avoid him. The chronal leech continued its subtle disruptions, making time an unreliable companion. The echo weaver filled his mind with soft, enticing whispers, promising escape, promising answers, if only he would follow the true path. The stillborn muse began its main offensive around mid-morning. Arthur was sitting on the edge of the village green, trying to ignore the glares and whispers, when a clear, undeniable vision flooded his mind. It was the path from Dora's painting. He saw himself walking it. He saw the ethereal glow at its end. And then a new detail, a small, weathered shrine hidden among the trees just off the path. Inside the shrine, an old, leather-bound book, a journal. The architect's journal, the muse seemed to whisper in his mind. The key to everything, its plans, its weaknesses. The allure was immense, the ultimate prize, to understand his tormentor, to find a way to fight back. He hesitated. Every instinct screamed trap. The muse had lied before, led him into ambushes. But the promise was too great to ignore. What if this time it was real? What if the architect, in its arrogance, had allowed a genuine clue to slip through? He had to know. He found the trailhead easily enough, just beyond the last cottages of Oakhaven. It looked exactly as it had in Dora's painting, sunlight dappling the ground, ancient trees looming. He took a breath and stepped into the shadows. The woods were unnervingly silent. No birdsong, no rustle of small animals, only the crunch of his own footsteps on the leaf litter. The path was narrow, winding deeper into the oppressive gloom. The gnarled branches did indeed seem like grasping claws. He felt unseen eyes watching him. The echo weaver was his constant companion here, its whispers more persuasive than ever. "You're close, Arthur. So close. The truth is just ahead." It mimicked Dora's kind voice, Father Hemlock's smooth tones, even the imagined voice of his long-dead great-aunt Alara, urging him onward. After what felt like an hour of tense, watchful progress, he saw it, the faint, ethereal glow through the trees, just as in the painting. And there, to the side of the path, half hidden by ferns, was the small, weathered shrine. His heart pounded. This was it. He pushed aside the ferns. The shrine was old, stone covered in moss. Inside, on a small ledge, lay a leather-bound book. It looked ancient, its cover worn smooth, its pages yellowed. He reached for it with a trembling hand. As his fingers touched the leather, the stillborn muse delivered its punchline. The ground beneath the shrine gave way. Arthur cried out as he plunged into darkness, a trap door swinging shut above him with a dull thud. He landed hard on damp earth, the breath knocked from his lungs. The book flew from his grasp. He lay there for a moment, dazed, his body aching. He was in a pit, roughly 10 feet deep. The air was cold, rank with the smell of decay. He fumbled for his lighter, his hands shaking. The small flame illuminated rough-hewn walls, claw marks gouged into the earth. This was no accidental hole. It was a deliberately constructed trap. The curator of pain had been busy. And the book, he found it nearby. He picked it up, opened it with a sense of sickening dread. The pages were blank, every single one. A dry, rustling laughter seemed to fill the pit, the echo weaver, or perhaps the architect itself, enjoying its elaborate jest. The entire setup, the painting, the vision, the shrine, the book, all a meticulously designed lure to bring him here. He was trapped. He tried to scramble up the earthen walls, but they were too steep, too crumbly. He shouted for help, but his voice was swallowed by the oppressive silence of the woods. Hours passed. The faint light from the trapdoor above faded as dusk approached. The cold deepened. Despair, cold and heavy, settled over him. Then he heard a sound from above, a scraping. The trapdoor creaked open. A figure was silhouetted against the dying light. "Arthur," a voice called down, not the architect, not its minions. It was Dora Finchley. Her face appeared, pale and anxious, peering into the gloom. "Mr. Finch, are you all right?" Hope, genuine this time, surged through him. "Dora, how did you find me?" "Your great-aunt Alara's notes," she said, her voice strained as she began to lower a rope. "She wrote about these woods, old traps, she seemed to know things about this place. I found her journal after you. After the painting this morning made me worry." He grabbed the rope. Dora, surprisingly strong, helped pull him out. He collapsed onto the forest floor, gasping, covered in dirt. "Thank you," he managed, his voice hoarse. "You saved me." Dora looked at him, her eyes filled with a mixture of pity and fear. "Mr. Finch, Alara's journal. It talks about the loops, about an overseer, it says. It says the village is a prison and the overseer feeds on despair." Before Arthur could process this, before he could ask more, the familiar sensation washed over him. The world dissolved. The loop was resetting. But this time it was different. Dora had found Alara's journal. She knew. She remembered. Had the architect made a mistake? Had the stillborn muse, in its intricate deception, inadvertently provided a genuine clue that led Dora to this knowledge? Or was this, too, part of the grand, cruel design? He didn't know, but as the darkness took him, he clung to a single, fragile thought. He might not be entirely alone in his awareness anymore. Chapter 10. Echoes of Resistance. The 10th Awakening. The bird song. Martha grumbles sweeping. The delivery truck. But this time, something was profoundly different for Arthur. The memory of Dora Finchley's words, of Elara's journal, of her knowledge of the loops and the overseer. He almost sprinted to Dora's cottage. The architect's daily painting was already on the easel. It depicted a tangled, chaotic web of strings, like a monstrous puppet master's controls, spreading out over a miniature, indistinct Oakhaven. Some strings were frayed, one or two even appeared snapped. The message was clear. The architect felt its control was being challenged, however minutely. "Dora," he said, his voice urgent, skipping any pretense of a normal greeting. "Do you remember, yesterday, the woods, the journal?" Dora looked up from her roses, her eyes wide, a flicker of something recognition, fear, crossing her face. She opened her mouth to speak, then hesitated, her gaze darting around as if she feared being overheard. "Come inside, Mr. Finch," she said quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. Inside her cluttered cottage, she pulled a worn, leather-bound volume from beneath a stack of canvases. Elara's journal. "I woke up this morning," Dora said, her voice trembling, "and I remembered everything, the pit. What I told you, it's still the same day for everyone else, isn't it? But for us." "It's the 10th time for me," Arthur confirmed, a surge of relief and trepidation coursing through him. He wasn't alone in his awareness. "What else does the journal say?" Dora opened the book, her fingers tracing the faded script. "Elara," she knew this place was wrong. "She writes about cycles of sorrow, about the overseer, this architect, as you call it. She believed it was an ancient entity bound to this valley, drawing sustenance from strong emotions, particularly despair and fear." "Does it say how to stop it?" Arthur pressed. Dora shook her head slowly. "Much of it is rambling, fragmented. She was trying to find a way. She mentions breaking the pattern, defying the script. She believed the architect relies on predictability, on its victims succumbing to its emotional manipulations. She writes about anchors of truth, objects or memories that resist the loops reset for those who become aware." Elara's journal was now Dora's anchor. His own anchor was the sheer, brutal repetition and his growing understanding. "The paintings," Arthur said, thinking aloud. "The architect shows its hand through your art. What if we use that? What if we try to alter the script before it plays out?" Dora looked from the journal to her latest canvas. "Alter it, but, my hand, it's not always my own when I paint these prophecies." "We have to try," Arthur insisted. "Today's painting shows broken strings. Maybe one of those is us. Maybe it feels its control slipping because you now remember." Their first attempt at defiance was small. The painting showed a minor accident at the village fete, which, according to the loop's internal calendar, was scheduled for that afternoon. A collapsed cake stall, leading to squabbling and distress. "We need to prevent that collapse," Arthur said, subtly, without drawing the architect's direct attention if possible. They spent the morning observing the preparations for the fete. Young Tom Cotter was, as usual, helping, his innocent enthusiasm often leading to minor mishaps. They saw him struggling to secure a leg of the main cake table. Working together, Arthur distracting Tom with a convoluted question about local lore, Dora subtly reinforced the wobbly table leg with a discreetly placed wedge of wood she'd found. It was a tiny act of rebellion. The fete began. The atmosphere was strained. Martha Grumbles was in full flight, her accusations against Arthur more venomous than ever, amplified by the architect's displeasure. Villagers avoided him, their faces grim. The chronal leech still nipped at the edges of time, creating moments of disorientation. The echo weaver whispered taunts about their inevitable failure. But Arthur and Dora watched the cake table. It stood firm. The predicted collapse didn't happen. A small victory, yet it felt monumental. However, the architect was not easily thwarted. Denied its specific small chaos, it improvised. Later in the afternoon, a sudden, freak gust of wind, far stronger than the gentle breeze, tore through the green, ripping banners from their moorings, and sending a children's bouncy castle careening into the punch bowl, creating a different, more dramatic scene of dismay and minor injury. The architect had adapted. It was still in control. Discouraged but not defeated, Arthur and Dora retreated to her cottage as dusk approached. "It's smarter than we thought," Dora said, her voice heavy. "It compensates." "But we changed something," Arthur insisted. "The strings on the painting. One of them was the cake stall. We frayed it. It had to pull another string." As he spoke, he glanced towards the hallway of his own cottage, visible from Dora's window. He froze. Standing in his doorway looking out was a figure, him, but not him. It was the reflection wraith, fully manifested, no longer confined to the mirror. It was wearing his clothes. It turned its head slowly and looked directly at Dora's cottage, directly at Arthur. Its lips curved into a slow, chilling smile of utter triumph. The curator of pain had upped the stakes. The architect hadn't just compensated for their minor defiance. It had unleashed its doppelganger. The reflection wraith raised a hand, beckoning. "It's tired of the games, Arthur." Its voice echoed in his mind, stronger than ever, no longer needing the mirror as a conduit. "It wants a more direct interaction, and it sent me to ensure you attend." The implied threat was unmistakable. The stillborn muse offered no false hope this time, only a stark, terrifying clarity. The architect was aware of their nascent resistance, and it was responding with overwhelming force. The loop was about to reset, but the knowledge that the reflection wraith could now walk free, could impersonate him, added a new, horrifying dimension to the torment. Their small act of defiance had provoked a dangerous escalation. The architect was not just an observer and a manipulator. It was an active, retaliatory intelligence. And it was angry. Chapter 11. The Imposter's Shadow. The 11th dawn broke with a suffocating sense of dread. The bird song sounded like a dirge. Arthur's first conscious thought was of the reflection wraith, free from its mirrored prison, a perfect, malevolent duplicate of himself. This wasn't just about surviving the loop anymore. It was about surviving his own face, twisted into a tool of the architect. Dora Finchley was already at her easel when he arrived, her hand moving with a frantic, uncontrolled energy. The painting taking shape was terrifyingly direct. It showed Arthur, or rather, the reflection wraith in his guise standing over a cowering villager, its hand outstretched, an aura of dark energy emanating from its fingertips. The villager's face was a mask of terror. In the background, other villagers watched, their expressions a mixture of fear and accusation, clearly blaming the real Arthur for the wraith's actions. "It's going to frame me," Arthur said, his voice hoarse, "for something terrible." Dora could only nod, tears streaming down her face, her hand still moving, compelled to complete the horrifying prophecy. "I can't stop it, Mr. Finch. It's too strong." The presence of the reflection wraith altered the entire dynamic of the loop. Previously, Arthur had been an outsider, an object of suspicion. Now, with his doppelganger actively sowing chaos, he would become a direct target of the villagers' fear and anger. He and Dora, armed with Alara's journal and their shared awareness, tried to strategize. "We need to warn people," Dora said, her voice trembling. "Tell them there's an imposter." Arthur shook his head. "Who would believe us? After everything Martha Grumbles has said, after what the architect has already made me look like, they'll think it's a desperate lie." Ilara's journal offered little guidance against such a direct, personalized assault. It spoke of subtle defiance, of breaking emotional patterns, not of battling a physical, supernatural duplicate. The first encounter with the reflection wraith came sooner than expected. Arthur was walking near the general store trying to appear normal when he saw it. The wraith, looking exactly like him, was helping Mrs. Gable carry a crate of apples. As she turned her back, the wraith deliberately tripped her. Apples scattered. Mrs. Gable cried out in pain and surprise. The wraith turned, its face a perfect mask of concern. "Oh, Mrs. Gable, are you all right? How clumsy of me." It helped her up, its touch lingering a moment too long, a subtle menace in its eyes that only Arthur, watching from across the green, would recognize. Villagers rushed to help. Martha Grumbles, conveniently nearby, pointed an accusing finger at Arthur. "See, he can't even carry a box of apples without causing mischief. He's a menace, that one." Arthur felt a surge of helpless rage. The architect was using his own image to amplify the villagers' fear and distrust. The chronal leech seemed to be working in concert with the wraith. Time would skip, and Arthur would find himself in a compromising position, near the scene of some minor act of sabotage clearly perpetrated by his double. A garden fence broken, supplies missing from the store, a child's toy deliberately smashed. Each incident was small, but cumulatively they painted a picture of a malicious, destructive Arthur. The echo weaver added its chorus, whispering the villagers' fearful accusations, the wraith's mocking laughter, even Alara's despairing words from the journal, twisting them into prophecies of failure. "The overseer is too strong. The cycles will never end." Dora, brave despite her terror, tried to intervene. She attempted to explain to Officer Dunn that there were two Mr. Finches, that one was an evil copy. Dunn, already primed by Martha and the accumulating evidence, looked at her with pity and suspicion. Now, Mrs. Finchley, are you feeling all right? Perhaps you've been working too hard on those paintings of yours. The architect had effectively discredited any potential ally. The stillborn muse, in its cruel fashion, offered a particularly vicious clue. A vision of the reflection wraith temporarily weakened, vulnerable if confronted with a powerful, personal truth from Arthur's past, something the wraith, as a mere reflection, wouldn't truly understand. Desperate, Arthur decided to try it. He cornered the wraith near the old well, a place that seemed to be a nexus of the architect's power. "I know who you are," Arthur said, trying to project a confidence he didn't feel. "You're just an echo, a shadow." The wraith smiled, its eyes cold. "And you, Arthur, what are you, a victim, a hero, or just a template?" Arthur spoke of a deeply buried memory, a childhood moment of profound shame and regret, something he'd never told anyone. He poured his emotion into the words, hopping to find a chink in the wraith's armor. The wraith listened, its smile unwavering. When Arthur finished, it chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Touching, Arthur, truly. Such raw human feeling. The architect will appreciate the depth of your despair when this memory is used against you more creatively. The muse's clue hadn't been a weakness. It had been a request for ammunition. He had handed the architect another weapon. The culmination of the wraith's torment, as depicted in Dora's painting, occurred late in the afternoon. Young Tom Cotter, who had always shown Arthur a simple, innocent kindness, was playing near the bandstand. The reflection wraith approached him. Arthur, watching from a distance, hidden behind a tree, felt a cold dread. The wraith knelt, spoke to Tom, its expression one of feigned friendship. Then, as Tom reached out to it, the wraith's hand glowed with that dark energy from the painting. Tom screamed, a thin, terrified sound, and collapsed, writhing. The wraith stood, looked around, ensuring there were witnesses. Then it pointed directly at Arthur's hiding place. "He did it!" the wraith shouted, its voice a perfect imitation of Arthur's. "Arthur Finch, he attacked the boy." Villagers surged forward, their faces contorted with rage and fear. Martha Grumbles shrieked for justice. Officer Dunn blew his whistle, his face grim. Arthur didn't wait, he ran. He fled into the woods, the sounds of the angry mob at his heels. The curator of pain had orchestrated its masterpiece. He was no longer just a suspect. He was a hunted fugitive, framed by his own face for an unspeakable act against the village innocent. As the loop reset, the image of Tom's terrified face, the sound of his scream, the wraith's triumphant, accusatory finger, were seared into Arthur's mind. The architect had found a devastatingly effective way to isolate him completely, to turn the entire village into an active, hostile force. And the reflection wraith was its perfect, untiring instrument. The game had become infinitely more dangerous. Chapter 12. The Poisoned Well of Memory. The 12th loop. Arthur awoke with the image of Tom Cotter's scream echoing in his ears. The knowledge that his own face was now a weapon of the architect filled him with a cold, simmering fury. Dora's painting was, if possible, even more disturbing than the previous day. It showed the old village well, its stones surround cracked and crumbling. From the well's dark opening, a noxious black sludge seemed to be seeping, spreading across the green. Villagers were depicted recoiling from it, their faces contorted in disgust and fear. One or two were shown dipping their hands into it, then clutching their heads in agony. "The well," Dora whispered, her face ashen. "It's poisoning them, their minds, I think." "The architect isn't just framing me for physical acts anymore," Arthur said, a grim understanding dawning. "It's going to corrupt their thoughts, their memories, using the well as a conduit." He and Dora knew they had to act, but how? The reflection wraith was still out there, a constant threat. The villagers were already primed to believe the worst of him. Ilara's journal spoke of the well as a place of old power, a scar on the land that the overseer sometimes used to whisper doubts and weave deceptions. It offered no solutions, only warnings. The reflection wraith made its presence known early. Arthur saw it near the schoolhouse, comforting a crying child by subtly twisting the child's words, making it seem as if Arthur had been the one to frighten her. The ease with which it manipulated, the chilling accuracy of its imitation of him, was terrifying. Arthur tried to stay hidden as much as possible, observing. He saw several villagers, one by one, approach the well. They would peer into its depths, then dip a hand or a cup into the water. Martha Grumbles was one of them. After drinking, her eyes took on a feverish glint, and her subsequent denunciations of Arthur became even more unhinged, filled with bizarre, impossible accusations that nonetheless seemed to sway her listeners. "He dances with wolves under the full moon. He turns milk sour with a glance. He stole the sparkle from the morning dew." The poisoned water was amplifying their fears, their paranoia, fueling it with the architect's malice. The chronal leech's influence was insidious today, targeting memories. Arthur would be thinking of a plan, a detail from Ilara's journal, and suddenly the memory would be fuzzy, incomplete. He'd reach for a word and it would be gone. It was like parts of his mind were being selectively erased, making it harder to hold onto crucial information, harder to resist. The echo weaver supplemented this, whispering false memories, inserting doubts about what he truly knew, what Dora had told him, what Ilara had written. Did she really say that, Arthur? Or did you imagine it? Your mind is so unreliable now. Dora, desperate, tried to create a counter-narrative. She began a new painting, not one dictated by the architect, but one of her own choosing, a depiction of Arthur helping someone, his face kind, the light around him warm. She hoped to offer a different image to the villagers. But as she painted, her hand would tremble, the colors would muddy, and the image would subtly distort, Arthur's painted smile becoming a sneer, the warm light turning sickly. The architect's influence was too pervasive. It wouldn't allow even a hint of positive imagery associated with him. "I can't," she sobbed, dropping her brush. "It won't let me." The stillborn muse offered its most perverse gift yet. A vision of Arthur, pure and untainted, standing before the villagers, speaking a powerful, undeniable truth that shattered the architect's illusions. The vision included the exact words he needed to say, a perfect, eloquent speech. Arthur knew it was a trap, but the desperation to clear his name to break through the lies was overwhelming. He memorized the words, a beautiful, compelling plea for reason. He waited until a crowd had gathered on the green, drawn by Martha Grumble's increasingly frantic pronouncements. The reflection wraith stood near her, a look of pious concern on its face. Arthur stepped forward. He began to speak the words from the muse's vision. And they came out wrong. The eloquent plea became a garbled, threatening tirade. Words of peace twisted into declarations of malice. His own voice, his own mouth, betrayed him, spewing a torrent of hateful nonsense that horrified the villagers and even seemed to shock Martha into momentary silence. The muse hadn't given him a speech. It had given the architect a script for his ultimate self-damnation. The reflection wraith stepped forward, shaking its head sadly. "You see," it said to the crowd, its voice filled with sorrowful regret, "he is lost to us, consumed by his own darkness." The villagers recoiled from Arthur as if he were plague-ridden. He fled, the sounds of their fear and disgust chasing him. Back at Willow Creek Cottage, the curator of pain had left a new display. Strewn across his bed were objects. A child's innocent drawing, now defaced with crude, violent imagery. A pressed flower, once beautiful, now crushed and rotting. A small wooden cross, snapped in two. Symbols of innocence, beauty, and faith, all desecrated, mirroring what the architect was doing to his reputation and the villagers' minds. The well. He had to do something about the well. But what? He couldn't get near it without being seen, without provoking the villagers or the wraith. As dusk approached, he saw the culmination of the day's painted prophecy. Young Tom Cotter, his mind clearly clouded by the well's influence or the architect's direct command, began to smash the windows of the general store, babbling incoherently about shadows in the glass and voices from the stone. When Officer Dunn tried to restrain him, Tom bit him, drawing blood, before collapsing into a sobbing heap. The architect didn't even need the reflection wraith for this. It had turned the villagers themselves into unwitting agents of chaos, their minds poisoned, their actions dictated by its insidious influence. The loop reset. Arthur knew that the next day the villagers' minds would be clear again, until they drank from the well. But the architect had demonstrated its ability to corrupt them from within, to turn their own thoughts and perceptions against them and against him. The fight was becoming impossibly complex, a multi-front war against an enemy who held all the strategic advantages. Chapter 13. The Unseen Audience. The 13th Loop. Arthur felt the oppressive weight of an unseen gaze more intensely than ever before. It wasn't just the architect's general awareness. It was a focused, almost palpable scrutiny, as if he were on a stage, his every move, every flicker of emotion being judged. Dora's painting reflected this. It was a stark, almost abstract composition. A single, stylized eye, vast and unblinking, dominated the canvas. Below it, tiny, stick-like figures representing the villagers and Arthur scurried about as if under a microscope. The eye was rendered in cold, metallic colors, radiating an aura of detached, omniscient observation. "It's watching," Dora whispered, her voice barely audible. "Everything, always." "It wants us to know it's watching," Arthur corrected grimly. "It's part of the psychological game, to make us feel helpless, exposed." The day unfolded under this heavy scrutiny. The reflection wraith was less physically active, its role seemingly shifting from direct sabotage to that of an enforcer of the architect's gaze. Arthur would catch glimpses of it, standing silently in doorways at the edge of the woods, or even reflected momentarily in a puddle, its eyes fixed on him, a constant, unnerving reminder of the architect's presence. It rarely interacted, merely observed, its stillness more menacing than its previous actions. The villagers, still susceptible to the poisoned well, which Arthur now knew reset its influence each loop, requiring fresh imbibing, were wary, their memories of the previous days Arthur-induced chaos, both real and wraith-created, coloring their perceptions. Martha Grumble's accusations continued, but even she seemed subdued, cowed by the palpable sense of being watched. The chronal leech's influence was subtle but pervasive, creating a sense of unease rather than overt disruption. Time didn't skip noticeably, but there was a persistent feeling that things were slightly out of sync, that moments were missing, like frames cut from a film. It added to the feeling of being manipulated, of reality being subtly edited by an unseen hand. The echo weaver, however, was particularly active, its whispers directly referencing the feeling of being observed. "It sees your fear, Arthur. It knows your thoughts. You can't hide anything. Every weakness exposed." The voices were soft, insidious, designed to amplify his paranoia, to make him second-guess his every action. Dora, drawing on Alara's journal, discovered a passage that spoke of the overseer's focus, a period when the entity would intensify its scrutiny if it felt its subjects were becoming too predictable or, conversely, too resistant. Alara believed, Dora explained, her voice low, that the overseer sometimes tests its subjects by making them acutely aware of its gaze, to see if they will break under the pressure, or if they will reveal new patterns of behavior. "So, we're being tested," Arthur said. "It wants to see how we react to being constantly watched." The stillborn muse offered a particularly cruel opportunity. A vision of a hidden alcove in the church belfry, accessible only by a precarious climb. Inside, a small, lead-lined box, supposedly shielded from the architect's sight. Within the box, a single, untainted object, a silver key. "The key to the architect's prison," the muse whispered. "The one place it cannot see." Arthur knew it was likely a trap, but the idea of a place free from that oppressive gaze, a potential way out, was too tempting. The belfry was high, exposed. If he climbed, he would be in full view of the entire village, a perfect target for the architect's judgment. He decided to try. He needed to defy the scrutiny to show he wouldn't be cowed. The climb was terrifying. The old stone was crumbling, the wind whipped around him. He felt hundreds of eyes on him, the villagers below, the unseen architect above, the reflection wraith which he spotted standing motionless at the edge of the churchyard, watching his ascent. He reached the belfry, his muscles screaming, his nerves frayed. He found the alcove. He found the lead-lined box. He opened it. Inside was a mirror, a small handheld mirror. As he picked it up, his own terrified face stared back at him. And then behind his reflection, the vast, unblinking eye from Dora's painting appeared, filling the mirror's surface. The muse's message was clear. There is no place I cannot see. You are never unobserved. The mirror fell from his nerveless fingers, shattering on the stone floor. Defeated, he climbed down, the weight of the architect's omnipresent gaze pressing down on him. The curator of pain had chosen a subtle but effective torment for the day. Scattered throughout his cottage were small, almost invisible changes. A book moved from one shelf to another, a teacup placed upside down, his shoelaces tied together. Tiny, insignificant things that nonetheless screamed of an unseen presence, a constant, intrusive manipulation of his personal space. It was the architect demonstrating its intimate access, its ability to touch anything, to be anywhere. As dusk fell, the villagers gathered on the green, not for a fete, not for a crisis, but simply to stare. They stood in silent groups, their faces turned towards Willow Creek Cottage, their eyes reflecting the cold, judgmental light of the architect's unblinking gaze from Dora's painting. There was no anger, no overt hostility, just a heavy, collective scrutiny. It was as if the architect had commanded them to become its deputies, its legion of watchers. Arthur stood at his window, looking out at them, feeling like an insect pinned to a board. The loop reset. The architect had made its point. He was a specimen in a jar, his struggles, his defiance, merely data for its cold, analytical regard. The psychological pressure of constant, omniscient observation was a potent weapon, designed to crush his will, to make him feel utterly powerless before an entity that saw everything, controlled everything. Chapter 14. The Severed Threads. The 14th Loop. Arthur woke with a desperate, almost reckless energy. The architect's constant scrutiny, its manipulations, its doppelganger, he was tired of reacting. He needed to strike back, however futile it might seem. He needed to sever some of the architect's threads of control. Dora's painting was a chaotic jumble of imagery. It showed recognizable Oakhaven landmarks, the church, the well, the general store, Willow Creek Cottage, but they were all interconnected by a dense network of shadowy tendrils, like the roots of some vast, underground horror. Here and there, tiny figures, Arthur and Dora, were depicted with crude tools, hacking at these tendrils. Some tendrils were shown snapping, only to be quickly regrown or replaced by others. "It knows we're trying to fight back," Dora said, her voice a mixture of fear and determination. "It sees our efforts as pruning, annoying but ultimately manageable for it." "Then we need to find a thicker root," Arthur replied, his jaw tight. "Something that will hurt it when it snaps." Their target for the day was the poisoned well. It was a clear conduit for the architect's influence, directly affecting the villagers' minds. If they could somehow neutralize it, even temporarily, it would be a significant blow. Ilara's journal mentioned wards of sealing and herbs of clarity that could supposedly counteract malevolent influences on water sources. The ingredients were obscure, some likely metaphorical, but Dora, with her knowledge of local flora and Ilara's cryptic notes, believed she could concoct something. While Dora gathered her herbs, Arthur's task was diversion. The reflection wraith was a constant problem. He had to draw its attention and the architect away from Dora's activities. He decided on a bold, almost suicidal tactic. He would openly defy Martha Grumbles. He would confront her, challenge her accusations in front of the other villagers, create a public spectacle. It would undoubtedly bring the wrath of the village and the wraith down upon him, but it might give Dora the window she needed. He found Martha holding court near the bandstand, her voice shrill as she recounted a particularly lurid and entirely false tale of Arthur's nocturnal dealings with things from beyond the veil. Arthur stepped forward. "That's a lie, Martha," he said, his voice clear and steady, projecting across the green. A stunned silence fell. Martha whirled around, her eyes wide. The villagers stared. "Everything you've been saying about me is a lie," Arthur continued, his heart pounding but his voice firm. "You're being manipulated. We all are, by the entity that controls this village." Martha found her voice. "Lies, blasphemy," he admits his darkness. The crowd surged. The reflection wraith appeared at the edge of the green, its head tilted, watching with cold amusement. Arthur stood his ground, arguing, reasoning, trying to break through the layers of fear and suspicion. It was, as he'd expected, largely futile. They were too conditioned, too afraid. But it created chaos. It created a diversion. Shouts, accusations, officer done trying to intervene. The architect's attention and the wraith's was focused squarely on him. Meanwhile, Dora, using the distraction, managed to approach the well. She carried a small pouch of crushed herbs and salt, muttering words from Ilara's journal that she barely understood but delivered with fervent hope. She scattered the mixture into the well's dark water. There was no dramatic effect, no flash of light. The water looked the same. Dora retreated, her heart sinking, fearing it had been useless. Arthur, eventually overwhelmed by the hostile crowd and the menacing approach of the reflection wraith, was forced to flee, escaping into the woods once more. He spent hours hiding, the sounds of a disorganized search party echoing around him. The chronal leech was particularly vicious during his hiding, moments stretching into agonizing eternities, then snapping forward, leaving him disoriented and unsure how much time had passed. The echo weaver tormented him with the sounds of the searchers, making them seem closer than they were, and with Dora's voice, full of despair, saying, "It didn't work, Arthur. It was all for nothing." As dusk approached, Arthur, bruised and exhausted, cautiously made his way back towards the village. He expected to see the usual signs of the architect's control, perhaps some new horror unleashed in retaliation for his defiance. But something was different. The village was quiet, too quiet. He saw a few villagers on the green. They looked normal, not fearful, not hostile, just ordinary. Mrs. Gable was sweeping her storefront. Young Tom Cotter was kicking a stone. They glanced at Arthur, and there was no recognition of him as a monster, merely the mild curiosity afforded a relative newcomer. He found Dora by her cottage, her face alight with a cautious, incredulous hope. "Arthur," she breathed, "the well, I think it worked, for a while at least. After I put the herbs in, people who drank from it, they seemed clearer, less angry. Martha Grumbles even complained of a headache and went home to lie down. Had they actually done it? Had they severed one of the architect's primary threads of mental manipulation? The reflection wraith appeared, striding across the green towards them, but its usual confident smirk was gone. It looked faded, its edges less distinct, its movements slightly jerky. It raised a hand as if to strike, but the dark energy around its fingertips was weak, sputtering. "The water," it hissed, its voice in Arthur's mind weaker, laced with something like confusion. "It interferes. The connection is frayed." It lunged, but its attack was clumsy, easily avoided. It seemed diminished, its power curtailed. The stillborn muse, for once, was silent. There were no cruel visions, no misleading hopes. There was only this strange, uncertain reality. The curator of Pain's response was almost petulant. Back in Willow Creek Cottage, Arthur found his few belongings shredded, his books torn, furniture overturned, a display of mindless vandalism rather than calculated psychological torment. It felt like a tantrum. The architect was undoubtedly still in control of the loop itself, of the overarching prison, but they had found a weakness. They had disrupted its fine-tuned machinery of control. The poisoned well, a direct line to the villagers' minds, had been temporarily cleansed. As the loop reset, Arthur felt a surge of something he hadn't experienced in a long time, a genuine, unadulterated sliver of hope. They had fought back, and they had, however temporarily, wounded their tormentor. The architect was not infallible. Its threads could be severed, and they would keep searching for more. Chapter 15. The Architect's Ire. The 15th dawn. The air in Oakhaven felt charged, like the calm before a violent storm. Arthur and Dora knew their minor victory with the well would not go unanswered. The architect's wounded pride, its disrupted control, would inevitably lead to a furious retaliation. Dora's painting was chilling in its starkness. It was almost entirely black, a void. But in the center, two small, frail figures, clearly representing Arthur and Dora, were being squeezed by colossal, shadowy hands that seemed to materialize from the darkness itself. The pressure lines on their painted forms were evident, their expressions ones of extreme agony. The message was unambiguous. The architect was dispensing with subtlety and was now applying direct, crushing force. "It's angry," Dora whispered, her hand shaking so much she could barely hold her brush to refine the dreadful image. "It's going to punish us directly." Ilara's journal contained dire warnings about provoking the overseer's ire, speaking of days of unfiltered malice, when the entity would abandon its usual games and simply try to break its subjects through overwhelming power. The day began with an oppressive stillness. The villagers were subdued, their movements listless. Even Martha Grumbles seemed to lack her usual venom, casting nervous glances around as if sensing the shift in the atmosphere. The effects of Dora's cleansing of the well seemed to linger slightly, the villagers less prone to immediate paranoia, but a new, deeper fear was settling over them, the fear of the architect itself. The reflection wraith was nowhere to be seen. Arthur suspected the architect had recalled it, deeming its deceptions too nuanced for the brute force it now intended to employ. The first manifestation of the architect's ire was an assault on the senses. The sounds of Oakhaven became distorted, amplified to unbearable levels by the echo weaver. Birdsong was a deafening screech. The wind howled like a banshee. Casual conversations became a barrage of noise. Conversely, moments of profound, unnatural silence would fall, broken by sudden, jarring bangs or whispers that seemed to come from inside Arthur's own skull. The chronal leech unleashed its power with abandon. Time lurched and buckled. Arthur would find himself teleported short distances, his surroundings flickering. He'd lose minutes, then hours, his perception of reality fracturing. He saw Dora experience it too, her face paling as she momentarily lost her footing, her surroundings blurring. The physical environment of Oakhaven began to warp. Cracks appeared in buildings, only to vanish and reappear elsewhere. Trees on the green writhed as if in agony, their branches twisting into unnatural shapes. The very ground beneath their feet felt unstable, trembling with a subterranean rage. This wasn't the curator of pain's subtle rearrangement. This was the architect tearing at the fabric of its own creation in a display of raw power. The stillborn muse offered no visions, no false hopes. There was no game today, only punishment. Arthur and Dora tried to find refuge in her cottage, but the architect's fury followed them. The walls groaned. Objects flew from shelves. Dora's paintings, her normal, beautiful landscapes, began to bleed black, oily tears. Ilara's journal flipped open, its pages riffling as if in a gale, though the air in the cottage was still. "It's tearing everything apart," Dora cried, shielding her head as a picture frame crashed to the floor. "It wants to break us with fear, with overwhelming power," Arthur shouted over the din. "We can't let it." Ilara wrote about finding an eye of the storm, a place of nullity during these rages. They searched Ilara's journal frantically, the pages blurring before their eyes due to the chronal leech's interference and the sheer terror of the situation. They found a hastily scrawled note, almost an afterthought. "The oldest stone, the unremembered foundation. It resists the overseer's touch when the rage is upon it." "The oldest stone," Arthur muttered, his mind racing. "What does that mean?" Dora gasped. "The old milestone, at the crossroads just outside the village. It's been there longer than Oakhaven itself. Nobody pays it any mind." They had to risk going outside into the teeth of the architect's tantrum. The village green was a scene of chaos. The bandstand had collapsed. The sky was a bruised, churning black, matching Dora's prophetic painting. Villagers were huddled in doorways, their faces masks of terror. As Arthur and Dora stumbled towards the edge of the village, the architect focused its fury directly on them. The ground fissured before Arthur's feet. A tree branch thick as his waist snapped and crashed down, missing Dora by inches. The air crackled with an unseen energy, making their hair stand on end. The echo weaver screamed in their minds, a cacophony of their deepest fears, the voices of their loved ones in agony, the triumphant laughter of the architect. They reached the crossroads. The ancient milestone, a worn, moss-covered stump of rock, stood unassuming. As they drew closer to it, the cacophony in their heads lessened slightly. The violent shaking of the ground seemed to dampen. They huddled against it, Arthur shielding Dora as best he could. Around them, Oakhaven seemed to be tearing itself apart under the architect's focused rage. They could hear distant screams, the crash of collapsing structures. But here, pressed against the unremembered foundation, there was a small pocket of relative calm. The stone itself felt cold, ancient, and strangely indifferent to the chaos. "It's working," Dora whispered, her voice hoarse. "It's less here." They remained there for what felt like an eternity, as the architect vented its fury upon Oakhaven. The sounds of destruction were terrifying. They could only pray the villagers found some shelter, though they knew the architect's power was likely inescapable for those not shielded by Ilara's secret. Gradually, as dusk approached, the intensity of the assault began to wane. The shaking lessened. The unearthly sounds subsided. A bruised, exhausted silence fell over the land. Cautiously they looked out. Oakhaven was devastated. Houses were damaged, trees uprooted, the green a churned mess. It was a scene of utter desolation. But they had survived. They had found the eye of the storm. The loop reset. Arthur awoke in his undamaged cottage. Oakhaven was pristine again. The architect's rage had been wiped clean by the reset, but the memory of it, the knowledge of its capacity for raw, destructive fury, remained. They had weathered its worst tantrum. They had found another of Ilara's secrets. The architect was powerful, terrifyingly so, but Ilara, the gray-tanned Arthur barely remembered, had been fighting this thing for years, leaving behind a legacy of resistance, a breadcrumb trail of clues through the darkness. The fight was far from over. The architect would learn from this too. But Arthur and Dora had proven they could withstand even its direct, unrestrained wrath. And that in itself was a victory. Chapter 16. Ilara's Echoes. The 16th loop began with a fragile sense of hope, quickly tempered by the knowledge of the architect's adaptability. Having weathered its direct rage, Arthur and Dora knew their adversary would likely return to more insidious, psychologically targeted torments. The focus now shifted to Ilara's journal, a lifeline of inherited resistance. Dora's painting for the day was enigmatic. It depicted a labyrinth, its paths formed not by hedges or walls, but by shifting, shadowy text, words and phrases that seemed to writhe and rearrange themselves. At the center of the labyrinth, a faint light pulsed, suggesting a hidden truth or a trap. Two small figures, Arthur and Dora, were shown at the entrance, looking bewildered. "Ilara's journal," Dora murmured, her gaze fixed on the painted, twisting words. "The architect knows we're relying on it. It's going to try and corrupt it or use it against us. We need to understand as much of it as we can, quickly," Arthur said, "before the architect finds a way to turn her words into another weapon." They dedicated the morning to studying the journal. Much of it was, as Dora had said, fragmented, filled with cryptic observations, sketches of strange symbols, and accounts of Ilara's own terrifying experiences within the loop. She wrote of trying to map the architect's patterns, its preferences for certain types of emotional torment, its reactions to her small acts of defiance. A recurring theme was the anchors. Ilara believed that certain objects, memories, or even strong emotional connections could resist the loops reset for those who became aware, allowing knowledge to carry over. For Dora, it was now the journal itself. For Arthur, it was the accumulated weight of his experiences and his growing bond with Dora. Ilara also wrote about resonant frequencies, moments or locations where the architect's influence was weaker, or where its true nature was briefly exposed. The milestone had been one such place. She hinted at others, but her descriptions were maddeningly vague. The reflection wraith made a reappearance, but it was different. It no longer seemed focused on direct impersonation or attack. Instead, it flickered at the periphery of Arthur's vision, often mimicking Ilara's form, a stooped, elderly woman, her face obscured by shadow. It would mouth words silently, or make gestures that seemed to correspond with passages they were reading in the journal, as if trying to offer its own twisted interpretation, to sow doubt about Ilara's true intentions. The architect was trying to poison the source of their hope. The chronal leech's influence was subtle but targeted. As they read specific passages in the journal, time would stutter, or their short-term memory of what they'd just read would become inexplicably hazy. Key phrases, important clues, would seem to slip from their grasp moments after they'd understood them. The architect was fighting a rearguard action, trying to prevent them from fully assimilating Ilara's knowledge. The echo weaver amplified this, whispering Ilara's voice but distorted, her words of guidance twisted into warnings of futility. "It's a trap, children," she failed. "You will fail too. The overseer knows all her tricks." Midday, the stillborn muse offered its particular brand of torment. A sudden, shared vision between Arthur and Dora, Ilara herself, young and vibrant, hiding a small metal box beneath a loose floorboard in Willow Creek Cottage. The vision was incredibly detailed, imbued with a sense of urgent importance. Her final secret, the muse seemed to convey: the weapon against the architect. They knew the muse's gifts were always poisoned, but the vision felt too significant, too connected to their current focus on Ilara. Cautiously, they went to the cottage. They found the loose floorboard exactly as shown in the vision. Beneath it was a small, rusted metal box. Their hearts pounded. Had Ilara truly left something behind? Arthur pried it open. Inside, nestled on faded velvet, was a single, intricately carved wooden bird, its wings outstretched as if in flight. It was beautiful, clearly old. As Arthur touched it, a wave of profound sadness washed over both him and Dora. Not their sadness, but an echo of Ilara's immense, crushing despair from decades past, a lifetime of futile struggle against the overseer. The bird wasn't a weapon. It was a conduit for Ilara's hopelessness, a psychic trap designed by the architect to infect them with her accumulated despair. They recoiled, the weight of Ilara's sorrow pressing down on them. The architect had weaponized Ilara's pain, turning her legacy of resistance into a tool for their demoralization. The curator of pain added its touch. When they returned to Dora's cottage, they found Ilara's journal open, specific passages circled in a dark, viscous substance that looked disturbingly like dried blood. The circled passages were all ones that spoke of Ilara's failures, her moments of deepest despair, her fears that the overseer was unbeatable. The architect was curating Alara's narrative, highlighting her defeats, trying to convince them that her path led only to ruin. Martha Grumbles, meanwhile, seemed to be channeling a new narrative. Her accusations against Arthur were now tinged with a strange pity. "Poor man," she clucked to a group of villagers, "driven mad by that old Finch woman's cursed cottage. They say her ghost still walks, whispering madness into the ears of anyone who stays there. He's not wicked, just touched by her sorrow." The architect was subtly shifting the village's perception again, not to outright hostility this time, but to a dismissive pity that was almost more insulting, painting Arthur as a victim of inherited insanity rather than a resistor of a genuine threat. As dusk approached, the labyrinth from Dora's painting seemed to manifest. The paths of Oakhaven, the layout of the cottages, even the trees on the green, began to subtly shift and rearrange themselves. Familiar routes became dead ends. New, unfamiliar pathways opened. It wasn't a dramatic, destructive reshaping like the architect's previous rage, but a quiet, disorienting remapping of their environment, turning Oakhaven into a confusing, ever-changing maze. Alara's journal, their supposed map, now seemed to lead them in circles. The loop reset. They had delved into Alara's echoes, but the architect had been there every step of the way, twisting her legacy, using her pain against them. The journal was a vital tool, but it was also a battlefield, with the architect constantly fighting to corrupt its meaning and turn Alara's struggle into a testament to its own ultimate victory. The fight for understanding was as perilous as any physical confrontation. Chapter 17: The Unraveling Thread. The 17th Loop. The architect's focus, Arthur sensed, was shifting towards Dora. She was the keeper of Alara's journal, the conduit for the prophetic paintings, and now a conscious resistor. Her growing strength made her a direct threat. Dora's painting was deeply personal and terrifying for her. It depicted her own hands hovering over a canvas. But the hands were not her own. They were skeletal, puppet-like, controlled by shadowy strings leading upwards. The painting on the easel within the painting was a scene of Oakhaven in flames, a horrific image she would never consciously create. The message was clear. The architect intended to reassert its absolute control over her gift, to turn her art into an instrument of pure, unadulterated horror, perhaps even to force her to paint something that would directly harm Arthur or herself. "It wants to take my hands back completely," Dora whispered, her own hands trembling as she looked at the painted prophecy. "It wants to make me its puppet again." The day began with a subtle but unnerving pressure on Dora. When she tried to consult Alara's journal, the words on the page would seem to shift, to blur, sometimes even rearranging themselves into nonsensical or threatening phrases before snapping back to the original text. The architect was actively trying to disrupt her connection to Alara's knowledge. Arthur tried to help, reading passages aloud, but the chronal leech's influence would often steal the words from his memory or Dora's comprehension moments after they were spoken. The reflection wraith focused its attention on Dora. It didn't manifest as Alara or Arthur this time. Instead, Dora began to catch glimpses of her own reflection acting independently, her mirrored self looking back at her with a cold, critical gaze, sometimes subtly shaking its head as if in disapproval of Dora's choices or her art. It was a deeply unsettling, personal attack on her confidence and self-perception. The echo weaver supplemented this, whispering doubts in Dora's own voice. "You're not strong enough, Dora. You can't fight it. Your art is a curse. You're just a tool." The architect's main assault on Dora came through her painting. As she tried to work on a neutral landscape, hopping to resist the prophetic visions, her hand would be forcibly guided. She fought against it, her muscles straining, tears of frustration streaming down her face. But the unseen force was too strong. Her brush strokes would become harsh, chaotic. Colors would turn dark, menacing. The gentle Oakhaven scenes she tried to capture would invariably morph into images of decay, despair, or impending violence. "I can't control it, Arthur," she cried, flinging her brush across the room. "It's making me paint nightmares." Arthur could only watch, helpless, as her gift became a source of torment. The architect was methodically trying to break her spirit by corrupting the one thing that gave her solace and identity. The stillborn muse offered a particularly cruel solution. A vision came to Dora, a specific, rare pigment, hidden in Alara's old art supplies, that could supposedly blind the overseer's eye, allowing her to paint freely, to create a true image of hope that could inspire the villagers or even weaken the architect. Driven by a desperate need to reclaim her art, Dora searched frantically through Ilara's dusty boxes. She found a small, stone jar containing a vibrant, luminous blue pigment she'd never seen before. With renewed hope, she mixed it, applied it to a fresh canvas. For a few moments, she felt a sense of freedom, her hand moving with its old grace. She began to paint a sunrise over Oakhaven, the light brilliant, hopeful. But as the pigment dried, it began to change. The luminous blue turned a sickly, gangrenous green. The hopeful sunrise warped into a baleful, starring eye reminiscent of the architect's previous scrutiny. The blinding pigment hadn't blinded the architect. It had become its eye, turning her canvas into a direct conduit for its oppressive gaze. Dora screamed and slashed the canvas with a palette knife, her hope shattered. The curator of Payne's contribution was aimed at dismantling Dora's connection to her past, her inspiration. When they returned to her cottage after the pigment incident, they found all her beloved, completed paintings, her gentle landscapes, her portraits of villagers from happier times defaced. Some were slashed, others smeared with black paint. Still others had grotesque imagery crudely painted over them. Her life's work, her beautiful memories, ruined. It was an act of profound artistic vandalism, designed to sever her from her own creative spirit. Martha Grumbles, meanwhile, seemed to be echoing the architect's new focus. Her gossip shifted from Arthur's supposed villainy to Dora, strange afflictions. "Poor Dora Finchley," she'd say, her voice dripping with false sympathy. "Always a bit. Faye, now her mind is going. They say she sees terrible things, paints them too. Best to stay away. Such darkness is contagious." The architect was isolating Dora, trying to break her bond with Arthur by painting her as unstable, a source of contamination. As dusk approached, the final act of the day's prophecy unfolded. Dora, distraught and feeling her control slipping, was suddenly seized by an irresistible compulsion. She grabbed a palette knife, her eyes wide and unfocused. She turned towards Arthur, the knife raised, her expression a terrifying blank. "Dora, no!" Arthur cried, backing away. She lunged, not with her usual gentle demeanor, but with a jerky, unnatural strength, like a marionette whose strings were pulled taut. The architect was directly puppeteering her, forcing her to become the attacker from her own prophetic painting. Arthur managed to dodge her clumsy assaults, his heart breaking as he saw the agony and confusion in her eyes, even as her body betrayed her. He couldn't bring himself to hurt her, only to evade. The struggle was brief. Dora suddenly collapsed, the palette knife clattering to the floor, her body shuddering as the architect's direct control seemingly released her. She lay sobbing, horrified by what she'd almost done. The loop reset. The architect had demonstrated its ability to directly possess Dora, to turn her against Arthur, to corrupt her very being. The unraveling thread was Dora's own agency, and the architect was pulling it with ruthless precision. The fight to save Oakhaven was now inextricably linked with the fight to save Dora from the architect's insidious, internal assault. Chapter 18: The Village of Whispers. The 18th Loop. The architect's previous direct assault on Dora had left both her and Arthur shaken. They realized that no aspect of their being was safe from its manipulation. Today, the focus seemed to broaden, to turn the entire village into an instrument of psychological warfare, amplified by the ever-present echo weaver. Dora's painting was a chilling representation of this. It depicted Oakhaven, but the villagers were not solid figures. Instead, they were comprised of swirling, shadowy whispers, their forms indistinct, their mouths dark O's from which more whispers emanated, coalescing into a suffocating, shadowy fog that enveloped the entire scene. Two small, solid figures, Arthur and Dora, were shown recoiling from this fog, covering their ears. "It's going to use their voices," Arthur said, a knot of dread tightening in his stomach. "All of them against us." Dora nodded, her face pale. "The echo weaver. It won't just be in our heads today, it will be everywhere." The day began with an unsettling quiet, but it was a quiet filled with an undercurrent of menace. As villagers emerged, their casual greetings, their everyday conversations, seemed subtly distorted. A friendly good morning would have an unnerving echo, a strange sibilance. Laughter sounded hollow, almost metallic. The echo weaver was subtly tuning the entire soundscape of Oakhaven, preparing its orchestra of torment. The chronal leech contributed to the disorientation. Conversations would skip, words would be lost, creating a jarring, fragmented auditory experience. Arthur would hear the beginning of a sentence from one villager, and the end of it from another, across the green moments later, making it impossible to follow any normal interaction. By mid-morning, the echo weaver's true assault began. It was no longer just individual sounds that were distorted. The ambient noise of the village, the rustling leaves, the distant dog barks, the creak of a gate, began to coalesce into coherent, whispering phrases. These weren't the targeted, personal whispers Arthur and Dora were used to hearing in their minds. These were audible, environmental. The wind sighing through the trees seemed to hiss. They knew. They're watching Yao. The rhythmic clang of the blacksmith's hammer seemed to beat out Gil Tai, Gil Tai. The babble of children playing on the green would momentarily resolve into a chorus of outsiders, strangers, danger. It was maddening. Every sound was a potential threat, a hidden message. The entire village had become a whispering chorus of accusation and paranoia, orchestrated by the echo weaver. Martha Grumbles, her voice amplified and distorted by this phenomenon, became a grotesque caricature of a town crier, her pronouncements echoing through the green with unnatural resonance, each word dripping with the architect's venom. Hear ye, the darkness walks among us. It hides behind familiar faces. Trust no one. The villagers, already suggestible, were clearly affected. They looked at each other with suspicion, their own words now sounding alien and menacing even to themselves. Fear rippled through Oakhaven, a contagious hysteria fueled by the omnipresent, accusatory whispers. The reflection wraith, in a new, cruel twist, began to appear to other villagers, not as Arthur but as distorted, shadowy reflections of themselves, whispering their deepest insecurities, their hidden fears, making them doubt their own sanity. Arthur saw Mrs. Gable recoil from her shop window, her face pale, after seeing her own reflection mouth a silent, terrifying accusation. The architect was turning the villagers not just against Arthur and Dora, but against each other, fostering a climate of universal distrust. The stillborn muse in this cacophony offered a particularly insidious escape. A vision came to Arthur of a set of old, noise-canceling headphones, supposedly belonging to Alara, hidden in the dusty attic of Willow Creek Cottage. Silence the whispers, the muse seemed to urge. Find peace. Knowing the danger but desperate for a respite from the auditory assault, Arthur cautiously searched the attic. He found the headphones ancient and bulky. He put them on. For a blissful moment, the external whispers ceased. There was silence. Then the echo weaver struck internally. With the external noise blocked, the whispers in his own mind became deafening, a concentrated barrage of his worst fears, Alara's despair, Dora's terror, the architect's triumphant laughter. The headphones hadn't silenced the whispers. They had amplified the ones within. He tore them off, gasping, the external cacophony almost a relief compared to the focused internal torment. The curator of pain's contribution was subtle but chilling. Throughout the village, small objects began to speak. A doll on a windowsill would seem to whisper a child's fear. A weather vane would creak out a mournful prophecy. The words were faint, easily dismissed as imagination, but they added to the overwhelming sense of a village possessed by malevolent voices. Dora, her sensitivity heightened, was particularly susceptible. She clutched her head, trying to block out the relentless tide of sound, her own thoughts lost in the sonic chaos. "I can't think, Arthur," she cried, her voice strained. "It's everywhere, every sound is wrong." As dusk approached, the village of whispers reached its crescendo. The individual voices, the environmental sounds, the internal taunts, all merged into a single, overwhelming roar of noise, a tidal wave of meaningless, menacing sound that threatened to shatter their sanity. The villagers were cowering in their homes, driven to distraction by the auditory hell Oakhaven had become. Arthur and Dora found a desperate, temporary refuge in the root cellar of Dora's cottage, the thick earthen walls providing a slight muffling effect. They huddled together in the darkness, waiting for the loop to reset, the deafening, insane chorus of the architect's soundscape raging above them. The architect had demonstrated its ability to weaponize the very air they breathed, the sounds they heard, turning the entire village into an echo chamber of its malice. There was no escape from the whispers, for they were not just around them, but increasingly within them. Chapter 19. The Contagion of Doubt. The 19th Loop. The echoes of the previous day's sonic assault still reverberated in Arthur and Dora's minds. They braced themselves for the architect's next move, expecting something equally overwhelming. Instead, it opted for a more insidious, creeping attack, a contagion of doubt designed to erode their trust in themselves, in each other, and in the very reality of their struggle. Dora's painting captured this perfectly. It depicted a familiar Oakhaven scene, perhaps the village green, but everything was slightly out of focus, shrouded in a hazy, indistinct mist. Figures were blurred, their features uncertain. Details were smudged as if reality itself were becoming unreliable, questionable. Two figures, presumably Arthur and Dora, were shown reaching for each other, but their hands couldn't quite meet, separated by the pervasive, truth-obscuring fog. "It's going to make us doubt everything," Dora said, her voice heavy with foreboding. "What's real, what's manipulated, even what we remember." The day began with subtle inconsistencies. Arthur would recall a detail from Ilara's journal, only for Dora to remember it differently. They'd agree on a plan, and moments later, one of them would have a conflicting memory of what they'd decided. The chronal leech was no longer just stealing time. It was subtly altering their shared recollections, creating tiny fissures of disagreement and confusion. The reflection wraith contributed to this by appearing to Arthur as Dora, and to Dora as Arthur, offering slightly contradictory advice, planting small seeds of mistrust about the other's intentions or judgment. These apparitions were fleeting, easily dismissed as stress-induced hallucinations, but their cumulative effect was corrosive. "Is Arthur really telling you everything, Dora?" the false Arthur would whisper in her mind. "Can you truly trust Dora's interpretation of the journal, Arthur?" The false Dora would suggest. The echo weaver played a key role, its whispers no longer just taunts but insidious questions. "Are you sure that happened, Arthur? Or did you dream it? Dora seems different today, doesn't she? Is she hiding something? Perhaps Ilara's journal isn't a guide but another of the architect's traps. Are you certain you're not the one who's truly mad?" These whispers preyed on their fatigue, their fear, their desperate need for certainty in a world where nothing was certain. The architect's main vector for this contagion of doubt was the villagers. They weren't overtly hostile today, nor were they under the influence of the poisoned well or a cacophony of sound. Instead, they behaved with a strange, unsettling inconsistency. One moment, Martha Grumbles would approach Arthur with something resembling concern, asking if he was feeling all right, her voice gentle. The next, she would glare at him with her usual suspicion. Officer Dunn would offer a polite nod, then later subject him to a barrage of nonsensical, accusatory questions. Villagers would provide conflicting directions, recount the same event with wildly different details, their memories seeming to shift and reform moment by moment. It was as if the architect were constantly rewriting their personalities, their recollections, turning them into unreliable narrators of their own reality. This made any attempt by Arthur or Dora to find allies, or even to gauge the true mood of the village, impossible. The stillborn muse dangled a particularly cruel truth. A vision came to both Arthur and Dora simultaneously, a hidden chamber beneath the old bandstand on the green. Inside, a single, uncorrupted object of flawless crystal, pulsating with a soft, white light. The heart of Oakhaven, the muse conveyed, the source of the architect's power. Destroy it and the loops will end. The vision was intensely compelling, shared, seemingly undeniable. Yet it reeked of the muse's usual trickery. They argued. Arthur, desperate for a tangible target, wanted to investigate. Dora, more cautious after their previous deceptions, urged restraint. It's too perfect, Arthur. It's what we want to believe. That's always how the muse traps us. But what if it's real this time, Dora? Arthur countered, the architect's seeds of doubt about Dora's judgment taking root. What if Elara missed this? We have to try something. Their disagreement was sharp, fueled by the exhaustion and the subtle poison of mistrust the architect was spreading. Reluctantly, Dora agreed to investigate but insisted on caution. They approached the bandstand. There was indeed a loose section of flooring just as in the vision. They pried it up. Beneath it was not a chamber but a shallow pit. And in the pit, not a crystal but two objects. A tarnished silver locket, identical to the one that had previously flung Arthur into a vision of a bleak future, and a small, crudely made doll that resembled Dora, pierced with a rusty pin. As they stared at these objects, the muse's true intent became clear. It hadn't offered a solution. It had offered a symbol of their individual vulnerabilities and a catalyst for mutual suspicion. The locket represented Arthur's fear of a failed future, the doll, a symbol of Dora's endangerment. One of you will betray the other to save themselves, the Echo Weaver whispered, its voice a cold amalgam of their own. It's inevitable. They looked at each other, the architect's contagion of doubt momentarily flaring between them. Had one of them unconsciously led the other into this? Was the muse targeting them individually now? The curator of pain had subtly altered Elara's journal. When they returned to it, desperate for guidance, they found that key passages about trust and mutual support were smudged, illegible. Other sections, detailing Elara's moments of solitary paranoia and her fears of being betrayed by unseen forces, were now starkly clear, almost highlighted. The architect was rewriting their roadmap, emphasizing isolation and suspicion. As dusk fell, Arthur and Dora sat in her cottage, the silence heavy with unspoken fears. The architect hadn't needed to use overwhelming force or overt manipulation today. It had simply introduced a virus of doubt, letting their own fatigue and fear do the corrosive work. They looked at each other, the faces of their only ally in this hell, and for a terrifying moment saw not a friend but a potential variable, and unknown. The loop reset. The architect had scored a significant victory. It had not broken them physically, but it had frayed the edges of their trust, the most vital thread connecting them in their struggle. If they couldn't trust each other, they had truly lost. Chapter 20. The Weight of Many Worlds. The 20th Loop. The architect's attack on their trust had left Arthur and Dora wary, their interactions tinged with a caution that pained them both. Today, the architect seemed to be building on this, introducing a new element of confusion, the intrusion of other loops, other possibilities, as if the walls between realities were thinning. Dora's painting was a disorienting masterpiece of temporal chaos. It depicted Oakhaven, but the village was overlaid with multiple ghost-like images of itself in different states. Pristine, ruined from the architect's rage, populated by villagers from different days of the loop, some of whom Arthur and Dora recognized, others who were subtly different, their clothes or hairstyles slightly altered. Figures flickered between these layers, sometimes existing in multiple realities at once. It was a visual representation of temporal and dimensional instability. "It's all the loops," Dora breathed, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and terror. "It's showing us all the loops at once. Or it's trying to break the current one by flooding it with echoes of others," Arthur surmised, feeling a new kind of dread. What if they weren't just trapped in one repeating day, but in a nexus of infinite, bleeding realities? The day began with subtle blips in reality. A villager Arthur had seen moments before would suddenly be wearing different clothes, or have no memory of their recent brief interaction. A building that had been damaged in a previous loop. Architect's ire phase would momentarily show its scars before reverting to its pristine looped state. These were fleeting, disorienting glitches, easily dismissed as tricks of the eye or memory, but they accumulated, creating a sense of profound ontological instability. The chronal leech was no longer just stealing moments. It was actively swapping them, pulling fragments from other loop iterations into the present one. Arthur would experience a flash of a conversation he knew hadn't happened in this loop, or see an object appear and disappear as if it belonged to a different timeline. The reflection wraith became a kaleidoscope of identities. It would appear not just as Arthur, Dora, or Ilara, but as distorted versions of other villagers, sometimes flickering rapidly between these forms. It even manifested as beings they didn't recognize, shadowy figures that felt alien and ancient, hinting at the true scope of the architect's existence beyond the confines of Oakhaven. It was as if the wraith itself were becoming unmoored, a reflection of countless possibilities. The Echo Weaver amplified this chaos, its whispers now a cacophony of voices from different loops, different selves. Arthur would hear his own voice from a previous day, warning him of a danger he'd already faced, or Dora's voice from a potential future, filled with a despair he hadn't yet witnessed. It was impossible to distinguish present reality from past echoes or future phantoms. The architect's primary manifestation of this temporal bleed was through the villagers themselves. They began to exhibit behaviors, recall memories, or speak of events that belonged to different iterations of the loop. Martha Grumbles, for instance, approached Arthur not with her usual loop-specific accusations, but with a confused diatribe about the time the sky wept stones. An event Arthur vaguely recalled from a very early, particularly chaotic loop he'd thought was just a stress-induced nightmare. Officer Dunn would try to arrest Arthur for a crime committed by the reflection wraith several loops prior, then abruptly forget why he was doing so. It was as if the villagers were becoming unstuck in time, their consciousnesses drifting between different versions of their Oakhaven existence. This made any interaction with them utterly unpredictable and potentially dangerous. The stillborn muse presented its guidance through this lens of fractured realities. Arthur received a vision, not of a single object or place, but of multiple Ilaras from different points in her own struggle, each offering a different, contradictory piece of advice on how to combat the architect. One Ilara urged direct confrontation, another advocated for hiding and observation, a third spoke of a ritual of banishment that sounded impossibly complex. It was a barrage of conflicting strategies, designed to paralyze them with indecision. Dora experienced something similar. Visions of her own paintings from dozens of different loops, some prophetic, some misleading, some depicting horrors they hadn't yet faced, leaving her unsure which, if any, held true meaning for their current predicament. The curator of Payne's contribution was to physically manifest objects from other loops within Willow Creek Cottage. A broken teacup from a day the architect had unleashed a poltergeist-like fury would appear on the table, only to be replaced moments later by the toy soldier from Arthur's childhood that had appeared much earlier. Ilara's journal itself would sometimes be found open to a page they hadn't read in days, or contain a fresh, spidery annotation in what looked like Ilara's hand, referring to an event from a loop that, for them, hadn't happened. The cottage became a repository of temporal debris, a physical testament to the unraveling boundaries between loops. As dusk approached, Oakhaven descended into a quiet chaos. Villagers wandered aimlessly, muttering about mismatched memories, about seeing people who shouldn't be here or places that weren't like this yesterday. Some seemed to recognize Arthur and Dora from multiple conflicting contexts, their reactions a bizarre mix of fear, confusion, and occasionally, a flicker of an alliance forged in a loop Arthur barely remembered. The loop reset. Arthur and Dora were left with the terrifying understanding that their prison was not a stable, repeating cycle, but a fragile construct that the architect could seemingly collapse or merge with other, equally nightmarish realities at will. The weight of many worlds was pressing down on them, threatening to crush their sanity under the sheer impossibility of their situation. They weren't just fighting one architect in one Oakhaven. They were potentially battling an entity whose influence spanned countless iterations of their torment. Their struggle for survival had just become infinitely more complex. Chapter 21. The Heart of the Labyrinth. The 21st Loop. The previous day's temporal bleed had left a residue of profound unease. Arthur and Dora felt as if they were walking on shattered glass, unsure if the reality around them was stable or about to fragment into another iteration. The architect, however, seemed to pull back from that chaotic assault, opting for a more focused, almost surgical precision in its torment, as if guiding them towards a specific, predetermined confrontation. Dora's painting was stark and symbolic. It depicted a single, pulsating dark heart, veined with what looked like the shadowy roots or tendrils they'd seen before. This heart was suspended in a void, and two tiny figures, Arthur and Dora, were shown being drawn inexorably towards it, as if by an invisible current. There was no escape route shown, only the path leading to this malevolent core. "It wants us to find it," Dora whispered, her voice filled with a dread that went beyond fear. "Its center, the heart of the labyrinth like in the painting from before, but this time, it's showing us the destination. And it's a destination it controls," Arthur added grimly. "This feels like a final summons." The day unfolded with an eerie calm. The villagers were subdued, almost somnambulistic, their actions perfunctory, their usual loop-scripted dramas muted. Martha Grumbles swept her porch with mechanical slowness, her usual tirades absent. Officer Dunn patrolled with a listless air. It was as if the architect had dimmed their awareness, their energy, focusing its own entirely on Arthur and Dora. The reflection wraith was present, but it too was different. It didn't taunt or impersonate. It simply watched, often appearing at a distance, its form sometimes solid, sometimes flickering like a faulty projection. It felt less like an active antagonist and more like an usher, guiding them towards an unseen stage. The chronal leech and the echo weaver were also less aggressive, their disruptions minimal, creating only a subtle undercurrent of unease rather than active torment. It was a calculated restraint, designed to allow Arthur and Dora to follow a specific path. Ilara's journal, which they consulted with a growing sense of urgency, spoke of a nexus of power, a place where the overseer's connection to the valley, to the loop itself, was strongest. Ilara had theorized that this nexus might also be its point of greatest vulnerability, if it could be reached, if its nature could be understood. She had searched for it, but her notes on its location were cryptic, filled with symbols and riddles. "The architect isn't just letting us find it," Dora realized. "It's leading us there. It thinks it's laid the perfect trap." The stillborn muse became their reluctant guide. Throughout the morning, both Arthur and Dora received a series of shared, fleeting visions. A specific gnarled oak tree on the edge of the woods, a hidden depression in the ground beneath its roots, a narrow, descending passage. Each vision was brief, offering just enough information to lead them to the next point, like breadcrumbs laid by a spider. They followed, acutely aware that they were walking into the architect's chosen arena. The woods were unnervingly silent. The usual sounds of nature were absent, replaced by a low, almost subaudible hum that seemed to emanate from the earth itself. They found the gnarled oak. They found the depression. They cleared away the roots and soil, revealing a dark, narrow opening just as the muse had shown. A cold, musty air flowed from it. "This is it," Arthur said, his voice tight. "The place Ilara couldn't find or couldn't face." "The heart of its power," Dora added, clutching Ilara's journal like a talisman. They descended into the passage, Arthur taking the lead with a flickering flashlight they'd salvaged. The tunnel was rough-hewn, clearly not man-made, sloping steeply downwards. The humming grew louder, resonating in their bones. After what felt like an age, the passage opened into a vast, natural cavern. In the center, suspended in the air by a web of thick, pulsating, shadowy tendrils that snaked from the cavern walls, was a colossal, obsidian-like structure. It was not a literal heart, but it throbbed with a slow, malevolent light, matching the dark heart in Dora's painting. This was the nexus. The curator of pain had been here. The cavern walls were lined with alcoves. In each alcove was a tableau of despair, representations of their previous torments, Ilara's struggles, the suffering of countless other, forgotten victims of the loop, all meticulously crafted like exhibits in a museum of sorrow. It was the architect's trophy room. As they stepped into the cavern, the humming intensified, becoming a disorienting, nauseating throb. The shadowy tendrils pulsed in time with it. And then the architect spoke. Not through whispers, not through the reflection wraith, but directly into their minds, its voice a chorus of 1,000 suffering souls, a sound of immense age and cosmic indifference. Welcome, little ephemera, it boomed in their consciousness. You have finally reached the core of my being, the loom upon which your tiny, repeating lives are woven. The pressure of its voice was immense, threatening to shatter their sanity. You have been amusing, the architect continued, a cold, dry amusement in its multi-toned voice. Your struggles, your fleeting hopes, your predictable despairs, such rich textures for my tapestry. Why, Arthur managed to project, his mind reeling. Why do this to us, to Ilara, to all the others? Sustenance, the architect replied, the word echoing with an ancient hunger. Your emotions, your fear, your despair, they are the vintage I savor. This valley, this loop, it is my garden, my vineyard, and you are its choicest fruit ripened by repetition. The reflection wraith coalesced from the shadows near the nexus, no longer a mere copy, but a more powerful, defined entity, its eyes burning with the architect's cold light. It was the guardian of the heart. You sought to sever my threads, the architect stated. A futile gesture. I am the weaver and the web. You cannot break what is infinite. Ilara believed you could be resisted, Dora projected, her voice trembling but firm, clutching the journal. A wave of pure, contemptuous amusement flowed from the architect. Ilara, yes, a persistent, flavorful vintage, her despair was, exquisite, her journal, her little clues, all part of the seasoning, all part of the game I designed for you. The architect was claiming Ilara's resistance as part of its own design, a final, cruel twist of the knife. The shadowy tendrils around the nexus began to writhe, to reach out towards them. The reflection wraith advanced, its form solidifying, its intent murderous. This was the architect's endgame. It had lured them to its heart, not for a confrontation of equals, but for a final, crushing display of its absolute power, a harvest of their ultimate despair. But as the tendrils snaked closer, Arthur remembered Ilara's words from the journal, words about the architect's reliance on predictability, on emotional patterns. And he saw a flicker of something in Dora's eyes, a desperate, nascent idea sparked by the journal she still held. They were in the heart of the labyrinth, facing its monstrous architect. But perhaps, even here, There was one thread the weaver had not fully anticipated. Chapter 22. The Unraveling Heart. The cavern throbbed with the architect's power. The shadowy tendrils of the nexus snaked towards Arthur and Dora, and the reflection wraith advanced, its eyes burning with cold, borrowed light. Despair, thick and cloying, filled the air, the architect's preferred vintage, ready for harvest. Your final moments will be the most flavorful, the architect's voice boomed in their minds, a chorus of suffering and ancient hunger, the culmination of your meticulously crafted despair. But Dora clutched Alara's journal, her knuckles white. Her eyes, usually wide with fear or empathy, now held a desperate, focused intensity. She flipped through the brittle pages, her gaze darting across Alara's spidery script. "Arthur," she gasped, her voice barely audible above the thrumming of the nexus. "Ilara," she wrote about a counter-resonance. Not a weapon, but a dissonance. Something the overseer couldn't predict, couldn't harmonize with. "What is it?" Arthur urged, his eyes fixed on the approaching wraith. He had to buy her time. He stepped forward, placing himself between Dora and the wraith. "Is this all you are?" Arthur projected towards the architect, lacing his mental voice with a defiance he didn't entirely feel. "A cosmic bully, a parasite feeding on pain because you can't create anything yourself." A wave of icy displeasure washed over him from the architect. The tendrils paused momentarily. The wraith faltered in its advance. "Insolent gnat," the architect's voice seethed. "You comprehend nothing of my artistry." "Artistry," Arthur pressed, pushing through the mental pressure. "Repeating the same torments, the same cheap scares. Ilara saw through you. She knew you were predictable. That's why you hated her so much, isn't it? She wasn't just sustenance. She was a flaw in your perfect design." The tendrils writhed with increased agitation. The nexus pulsed faster, its dark light intensifying. He was striking a nerve. Meanwhile, Dora had found the passage. Her finger traced Alara's frantic scrawl. It's not an object or a ritual," she said, her voice gaining strength. "It's an emotion, Arthur, one it can't process, one it can't feed on." She looked up at him, her eyes shining with a wild, improbable hope. Unconditional forgiveness and self-acceptance despite the flaws it magnifies. Forgiveness, self-acceptance in this hell, it seemed insane. "Meaningless human sentimentality," the architect roared, sensing the shift in their emotional state. The reflection wraith lunged. Arthur met the wraith's charge, not with aggression but with a sudden, overwhelming wave of pity. He saw not a monster but a twisted reflection of his own fear, his own pain, given form by the architect. He saw Ilara's endless torment mirrored in its borrowed existence. "I forgive you," Arthur projected, not just to the wraith but to the part of himself it represented. "For what you've done, for what you are. You are a tool, a puppet, and I won't hate you for it." The reflection wraith recoiled as if struck, its form flickering violently. The dark light in its eyes dimmed. It looked confused. This was not the emotional response it was programmed to elicit, to counter. "What is this?" The architect's voice faltered, the chorus of suffering voices momentarily losing their cohesion. "This is not the correct flavor." Dora stepped forward, her gaze fixed on the pulsating nexus. She held Ilara's journal aloft, not as a shield but as a testament. "And I forgive you, Ilara," she projected, her voice ringing with a clear, unwavering empathy. "For your despair, for not finding the way out. You fought for so long, you carried so much. Your struggle wasn't a failure, it was a beacon." She then turned her mental gaze inward towards her own perceived flaws, her fears, the way the architect had twisted her art. "And I accept myself," she declared. "My fear, my art, whether it's a tool for prophecy or a conduit for pain, it is mine. You don't own it. You don't own me." A brilliant, pure white light, anathema to the cavern's oppressive gloom, began to emanate from Dora, from the journal, from Arthur as he embraced this unexpected, defiant serenity. It wasn't an aggressive light, but it was profoundly, fundamentally different from the dark energy of the Nexus. The shadowy tendrils recoiled from this light as if burned. The Nexus itself began to stutter, its dark pulse becoming erratic. The thrumming in the cavern changed pitch, becoming a discordant, painful shriek. "No, this is wrong. The pattern is breaking." The architect's voice was no longer a confident boom, but a fractured, panicked chorus. The suffering souls within its voice seemed to be crying out in confusion, not just pain. The reflection wraith shrieked, a thin, tearing sound as the white light enveloped it. Its form dissolved, not violently, but like smoke in a strong wind, leaving nothing behind. The obsidian heart of the Nexus began to crack. Fissures of white light spread across its dark surface. The tendrils that held it aloft writhed and then, one by one, began to snap, not from force, but as if their connection to the architect's corrupted energy was being severed. Arthur and Dora stood together, bathed in the light of their shared, unexpected emotional defiance. They weren't fighting with power, but with an emotional truth the architect could not comprehend, could not assimilate, could not feed upon. Love, forgiveness, self-acceptance, these were anathema to its diet of despair. The cavern began to tremble violently. Stones rained down from the ceiling. The architect shrieked, a sound of pure, undiluted fury and fear. "You cannot unravel me, I am eternal." But the Nexus, its heart, its core, was shattering. With a final, deafening implosion of dark energy and a blinding flash of the pure white light, it disintegrated. The thrumming stopped. The oppressive weight in the cavern lifted. The shadowy tendrils vanished. Silent, a profound, clean silence. Arthur and Dora stood in the dim cavern, the only light now coming from Arthur's flashlight, which cast long, dancing shadows. The alcoves, the architect's gallery of pain, were still there, but they felt inert, lifeless. "Is it over?" Dora whispered, her voice hoarse. Arthur didn't know, but the oppressive presence of the architect was gone. The air felt clean, breathable, for the first time since he'd arrived in Oakhaven. The ground beneath them gave a final, shuddering lurch. The tunnel they had used to enter the cavern began to collapse. "We have to get out of here," Arthur yelled, grabbing Dora's hand. They scrambled back up the collapsing passage, dirt and stones raining down around them, just as the entrance behind them sealed with a final, definitive thud. They emerged, gasping, into the pre-dawn light of Oakhaven beneath the gnarled oak tree. The woods around them felt just like woods. The oppressive silence was gone, replaced by the faint, distant chirping of early birds, real birds. Chapter 23. The Stillness of Dawn. They stood by the gnarled oak, covered in dust, hearts still pounding from their escape. The air was cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine. The oppressive, watchful atmosphere that had clung to Oakhaven for so long was gone. Arthur looked at Dora, her face smudged with dirt, Ilara's journal still clutched in her hand. A fragile, exhausted smile touched her lips. He returned it. Cautiously, they walked back towards the village. It was just as they had left it in this loop's iteration, undamaged, quiet. But the feeling was different. The subtle wrongness, the underlying hum of the architect's presence, had vanished. As the first true rays of dawn began to paint the sky, villagers started to emerge from their cottages. Mrs. Gable came out to sweep her storefront. Young Tom Cotter ambled onto the green, whistling a cheerful, aimless tune. Martha Grumbles appeared on her porch, not to sweep with accusatory rhythm, but to blink at the new light, a puzzled expression on her face. They looked at Arthur and Dora with a mild, sleepy curiosity, the kind afforded to familiar faces in a small village. There was no fear, no suspicion, no echo of the architect's implanted paranoia. It was as if a collective amnesia had settled, erasing the nightmare. Or perhaps the architect's influence had been so pervasive that its absence left their minds blank, reset to a simpler, pre-loop state. Arthur approached Martha Grumbles tentatively. "Good morning, Mrs. Grumbles." She looked at him, her head tilted. "Morning, Mr. Finch. Lovely day, isn't it? Though I feel like I've overslept for a week." She gave a small, genuine smile and went back inside. No accusation, no fear, just normal. Dora spoke to Mrs. Gable, who remembered her. Remembered Arthur as the newcomer who'd inherited Willow Creek Cottage, but had no recollection of any recent troubles, no memory of shattered pickle jars or prophetic paintings of doom. The loop, it seemed, was well and truly broken. The architect, its heart shattered, its power over Oakhaven undone, was gone. They walked to the village well. The water looked clear, untainted. The old church stood proud, its spire intact, no cracks marring its ancient stone. The general store was peaceful. Willow Creek Cottage, when Arthur approached it, felt like just an old house, a little dusty, a little neglected but free of any oppressive presence. The mirror in the hallway reflected only him, tired and grimy, but undeniably whole. The curator of Payne's macabre displays were gone. The echo weaver's whispers were silenced. The chronal leech no longer stole time. The reflection wraith was no more. "What now?" Dora asked, her voice soft, looking around at the peaceful, almost preternaturally normal village. "Now," Arthur said, taking a deep breath of the clean morning air, "I think we live, or at least we try to figure out how." Ilara's journal. Dora opened it. The pages that had been filled with Ilara's struggles, her fears, her cryptic clues were now blank, all of them. As if, with the architect's demise, the record of its reign and the resistance against it had been wiped clean. The journal was now just an old, empty book. A pang of sorrow hit Arthur. Ilara's fight, her legacy, erased. But then he looked at Dora and he knew it wasn't truly gone. They remembered. They were her living testament. The day unfolded with a gentle, almost surreal tranquility. The villagers went about their routines, their interactions simple, unburdened. There were no dark undercurrents, no hidden agendas. Oakhaven was just a sleepy, isolated village, finally at peace. For Arthur and Dora, it was stranger than any of the architect's horrors. The absence of fear, the cessation of the struggle left a void. They were free, but the habits of survival, the constant vigilance, were hard to shed. They spent the day talking, piecing together their memories, trying to make sense of what they had endured, what they had done. The bond forged in the crucible of the architect's torment was unbreakable. As dusk approached, Arthur stood with Dora on the village green, watching the sunset paint the sky in hues of orange and pink, colors untainted by dread or prophecy. "Do you think it could ever come back?" Dora asked, the question a faint echo of old fears. Arthur looked at the peaceful village, at the quiet cottages. "I don't know," he admitted, "but Alara fought it for years. We fought it. We found a way. If it, or something like it, ever did, we'd know how to fight again." He hoped he sounded more confident than he felt. A thought struck him. "Willow Creek Cottage. It's still mine, I suppose." Dora smiled. Perhaps Oakhaven isn't such a bad place after all, when it's not trying to eat your soul. The night was filled with the normal sounds of a rural village: crickets, the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves. Arthur slept in Alara's cottage, a deep, dreamless sleep, the first truly peaceful rest he'd had since arriving. The next morning, he awoke not to the pre-scripted birdsong of the loop, but to a new, spontaneous chorus. The sun streamed through the window, illuminating dust motes in a way that was simply ordinary. Life, it seemed, was ready to begin again in the quiet, unremarkable village of Oakhaven, forever marked by a horror that only two of its inhabitants would ever truly remember. The silence of Oakhaven was, finally, just silence. Chapter 24: The Scars That Remain. Weeks turned into months. Oakhaven remained tranquil, a village seemingly untouched by the horrors that had once defined its every moment for Arthur and Dora. The villagers continued their simple lives, their memories of the loops and the architect apparently wiped clean, or perhaps submerged so deeply they were indistinguishable from forgotten nightmares. For Arthur and Dora, however, the peace was layered with the indelible ink of their shared trauma. They were the sole custodians of Oakhaven's secret history. The world looked normal, felt normal, but they saw it through a filter of past terrors. A sudden, unexpected silence could still make their hearts pound. A flickering light could evoke a momentary dread of the reflection wraith. A crowd's murmur might, for a fleeting second, sound like the echo weaver's chorus. These were the scars that remained, invisible to others but deeply etched into their souls. Arthur decided to stay in Oakhaven, in Willow Creek Cottage. The thought of returning to his city life, to its superficial concerns, felt impossible after what he had experienced. He began to write not the corporate reports of his past, but something else, something that clawed its way out from the darkness he had faced: stories of fear, of resilience, of the thin veil between realities. He wrote for himself, a way to process, to understand. Dora, too, found her way back to her art. Her prophetic gift, the one the architect had twisted and abused, was gone. She could no longer see the future or the architect's designs on her canvases. At first, this loss felt like another amputation. But gradually, she rediscovered the simple joy of painting Oakhaven as it was, its gentle hills, its quiet cottages, the faces of its unassuming inhabitants. Her art became a celebration of the ordinary, a defiant act of finding beauty after unspeakable ugliness. Ilara's journal remained blank, a poignant reminder of the erased struggle. Sometimes, Dora would run her fingers over its empty pages, a silent acknowledgement of the woman whose courage had paved the way for their own. Their bond, forged in the shared nightmare, was the strongest anchor in their new lives. They spent countless hours talking, sharing memories that no one else could comprehend. They found solace in each other's understanding, a quiet comfort in knowing they were not alone in their remembering. There were days when the weight of the past was heavy, when the phantom pains of the loops resurfaced. On those days they would seek each other out, their presence a silent reassurance that they had survived, that they were real. Martha Grumbles, now genuinely just a village gossip with a penchant for harmless exaggeration, would sometimes comment on how Mr. Finch and Mrs. Finchley were thick as thieves, always in each other's company. She had no idea how right or how wrong she was. One crisp autumn afternoon, months after the loops had ceased, Arthur was walking near the gnarled oak tree at the edge of the woods. He found himself drawn to the spot where the passage to the architect's nexus had been. It was completely overgrown now, indistinguishable from the rest of the forest floor. No sign remained of the tunnel or the cavern beneath. It was as if the earth itself had healed, sealing away the memory of the wound. He wondered about the architect. Was it truly destroyed, or merely banished, weakened, slumbering somewhere in the vast, unseen dimensions Ilara had hinted at? The thought sent a familiar chill down his spine, a reminder that some doors once opened might never be truly, permanently closed. That evening he shared his thoughts with Dora. "Do you ever feel like it's not entirely gone?" he asked. "Like a shadow just out of sight?" Dora looked out at the peaceful Oakhaven night. "Sometimes," she admitted. "But then I remember what we did. We found something it couldn't understand, something it couldn't feed on. That knowledge. That's our shield, Arthur. Not just against it, but against the fear of it." She picked up a small, simple sketch she had made, a painting of two figures, small but resilient, standing together against a vast darkness, a single bright light emanating from them. It wasn't a prophetic painting, just an artist's rendering of a memory, a feeling. "We changed the flavor," she said softly, "and I don't think it will ever acquire a taste for hope." Life in Oakhaven settled into a new rhythm for Arthur and Dora. It was a life colored by the past, but not defined by it. They carried their scars, but they also carried the strength that came from having faced the unimaginable and survived. They were the silent guardians of a peace-hard one, the keepers of a story that Oakhaven itself had forgotten. And in their shared understanding, in their quiet resilience, they found a new kind of ordinary, a precious, fragile peace built on the ruins of 1,000 shattered days. The architect was gone, but its echoes had shaped them, and in their survival they were its most profound, unintended legacy. Chapter 25. The Fading Echo. Years passed. Oakhaven remained a haven of tranquility, its days unfolding with the gentle rhythm of rural life. Children who had been infants during the time of the loops grew into youngsters with no knowledge of the darkness that had once gripped their village. Old-timers passed on, taking with them their pre-loop memories, leaving a generation for whom Oakhaven had always been peaceful. Arthur Finch became the quiet, reclusive writer of Willow Creek Cottage, his horror novels, drawn from the well of his experiences, finding a small but appreciative audience in the wider world. Readers praised their psychological depth, their visceral understanding of fear, never knowing how close to truth his fictions ran. He rarely spoke of Oakhaven in his books, not directly, but the village, its hidden traumas, its resilience, was woven into the fabric of every story he told. Dora Finchley continued to paint, her art celebrated locally for its gentle beauty, its quiet depiction of Oakhaven's charm. The terrifying power that had once flowed through her brush was gone, replaced by a calm, steady hand that found solace in capturing the light on a leaf, the character in a weathered face. The architect had tried to make her art a weapon. She had reclaimed it as a source of peace. Their bond remained, a quiet constant in their lives. They were friends, confidants, the only two souls on earth who knew the full truth of Oakhaven's past. The raw terror of the loops had faded with time, smoothed by the passing years, but the memory remained, a shared landscape of their inner worlds. They no longer spoke of it often. The words were unnecessary. A shared glance, a certain silence, was enough to acknowledge the deep, unspoken understanding between them. The blank pages of Ilara's journal lay tucked away in Dora's cottage, a forgotten relic. The milestone at the crossroads still stood, unnoticed by most, but for Arthur and Dora, it was a silent monument to their survival of the architect's ire. The gnarled oak at the edge of the woods was just a tree, the earth beneath it solid, undisturbed. Occasionally, a newcomer would settle in Oakhaven, drawn by its picturesque charm, its reputation as a quiet escape. They would hear faint, half-forgotten local tales of a bad winter long ago when the church spire fell, or of old Mrs. Grumble's odd fancies about a troublesome outsider. These were the faded, distorted echoes of the architect's reign, diluted by time and the village's collective amnesia into harmless folklore. Arthur and Dora would listen to these tales with a quiet, knowing sadness, marveling at how even the most profound horrors could be softened, reshaped, and ultimately forgotten by the passage of time. One late autumn evening, Arthur and Dora sat on the bench on the village green, the same bench where Arthur had once waited for Dora's prophetic paintings to unfold. The air was crisp, leaves rustled. The sky was a clear, star-dusted canvas. "It's been a long time," Arthur said, his voice reflective. Sometimes it feels like it was all a dream, a terrible, vivid dream." Dora smiled faintly. "But we know it wasn't, Arthur. We have the scars to prove it even if no one else can see them." She paused, then added, "And we have this." She gestured to the peaceful village around them. "This quiet, this normalcy, that's real too. We earned it." He nodded. The architect's grand, malevolent design had been to harvest their despair, to trap them in an endless cycle of fear. But in their defiance, in their unexpected discovery of forgiveness and self-acceptance, they had unraveled its very essence. They had not just broken the loop, they had starved the entity that fed on their pain. The greatest irony, Arthur often thought, was that the architect, in its quest for flavorful despair, had inadvertently forged an unbreakable bond between two of its victims, a bond that had ultimately led to its own undoing. It had sought to isolate and break them, but instead, it had made them stronger together. The last vestiges of the architect's psychic residue had long since faded from Oakhaven. The oppressive atmosphere, the subtle wrongness, were gone without a trace. Even for Arthur and Dora, the sharp edges of the trauma had softened. What remained was a deep, abiding understanding of the fragility of peace and the enduring strength of the human spirit when faced with unimaginable darkness. As they sat in the comfortable silence, a young couple new to the village walked by, laughing softly. They waved a cheerful good evening to Arthur and Dora. "They have no idea," Arthur murmured, a hint of wonder in his voice. "And that," Dora replied, her gaze serene, "is perhaps the greatest victory of all. Oakhaven is just Oakhaven again, and we are just Arthur and Dora." The fatting echo of the architect's reign was finally, truly just that, an echo growing fainter with each passing peaceful day, a testament not to its power, but to its ultimate, resounding defeat. The story of Oakhaven's horror was over. The story of its quiet, resilient life continued. Chapter 26: An Unexpected Ripple. Another decade drifted by, settling over Oakhaven like a soft blanket of snow, muffling the sharp edges of the past. Arthur, his hair now streaked with gray, had published several more novels. They were still dark, still probing the shadows of the human psyche, but a subtle thread of resilience, of defiant hope, now wove through them, a reflection of his own journey. Dora, her hands gnarled with age but her eyes still bright with an artist's insight, continued to paint. Her landscapes of Oakhaven were cherished by the community, quiet hymns to the enduring beauty of their small world. The memory of the architect and its reign of terror had receded further, becoming almost like a myth even for Arthur and Dora. The visceral fear was gone, replaced by a somber understanding, a shared history that bound them like the oldest of kin. They met less frequently now, content in their separate routines, yet the unspoken connection remained, a silent acknowledgement of the crucible they had endured together. Oakhaven was, to all outward appearances, and even to its deepest psychic roots, healed. Then one blustery March morning, something unexpected rippled the calm surface of their lives. A young woman, a university student named Sarah, arrived in Oakhaven. She was a folklorist, researching local legends and anomalous occurrences in remote English villages for her dissertation. She was bright, inquisitive, and possessed a keen, almost unnerving intuition. She had stumbled upon a passing, obscure reference in a forgotten county archive to the Oakhaven disturbances. From decades past, a brief, dismissive note by a traveling cleric who had found the village in a state of collective delusion and inexplicable structural damage to its church. This tiny breadcrumb had led her here. Sarah began interviewing the older residents. Most remembered nothing beyond vague tales of a harsh winter or a time of unease their parents had spoken of. Martha Grumble's descendants, if they recalled her stories at all, dismissed them as the ramblings of an eccentric old woman. But Sarah was persistent. She had a knack for asking the right questions, for sensing the unspoken. She found her way to Dora Finchley, whose paintings were a local fixture. Dora, initially guarded, found herself disarmed by Sarah's genuine curiosity and respectful approach. She spoke of Arthur Finch, her grey tan, as a woman with a vivid imagination and a deep connection to Oakhaven's older, perhaps stranger, history. Then Sarah found Arthur Finch. She had read his novels, recognizing in their chilling accuracy a mind that understood darkness. She approached him not as a writer of fiction, but as a potential witness. "Mr. Finch," Sarah said one afternoon, sitting in the cluttered living room of Willow Creek Cottage, surrounded by Arthur's books and notes. "Your stories, they feel so real, almost too real. The archive note I found, it mentioned disturbances, collective delusion. It feels connected to the kind of atmospheric dread you write about." Arthur was cautious. He had never spoken of the loops to anyone but Dora. The world wasn't ready for such truths. Oakhaven certainly wasn't. Old villages have their share of ghost stories, miss. Calloway, Sarah Calloway. And I'm not just interested in ghost stories, Mr. Finch. I'm interested in patterns, in sustained anomalies. The cleric's note, it was brief, but it hinted at something more than just a local legend. Dora joined them, a silent agreement having passed between her and Arthur. If anyone were to unearth even a fragment of Oakhaven's past, it felt right that they, its survivors, should have a hand in how it was perceived. Slowly, carefully, without revealing the full, sanity-shattering truth of the loops or the architect, they began to speak. They spoke of Alara, of her journals now blank, but their essence remembered, of her belief in an unseen influence in the valley, a genius loci that could sometimes turn malevolent, affecting the villagers' moods, their perceptions, even causing strange atmospheric phenomena. They framed it in terms of folklore, of localized psychic disturbances, of a long, difficult period Oakhaven had endured and recovered from. Sarah listened, rapt, her notebook filling with observations. She was intelligent enough to sense the vastness of what they were not saying, but respectful enough not to push too hard. So Arthur Finch believed this influence could be resisted, Sarah asked. She did, Dora affirmed. She believed that understanding its patterns and finding a kind of inner strength, a refusal to succumb to its despair, was key. "And you too," Sarah said, looking from Arthur to Dora. "You were here during that difficult period." Arthur nodded. We saw some strange things, things that are hard to explain." Over several days, Sarah gently coaxed out more fragments. She learned of Dora's prophetic art during that time, though Dora described it as periods of intense, unsettling inspiration. She learned of Arthur's feeling of being an outsider, almost persecuted, though he framed it as the natural suspicion of a small village towards a newcomer during a time of unease. They never mentioned the architect by name, nor the loops, nor the monstrous entities. They spoke in allegory in terms of psychological pressure, of a village that had, for a time, lost its way in a fog of fear and suspicion, and then somehow found its way back. Sarah was particularly intrigued by the concept of anchors they alluded to from Ilara's now blank theories, objects or memories that could provide stability in times of psychic turmoil. She was fascinated by the milestone, and Arthur and Dora shared the story of it being a place of old calm, without detailing the architect's ire that had driven them there. The young folklorist was piecing together a narrative, not of a cosmic horror, but of a profound, localized psychological event, a kind of shared, temporary madness and the remarkable resilience of a community, and two specific individuals in overcoming it. It wasn't the whole truth. It wasn't even close. But it was a truth, a version of their story that the outside world, through Sarah's research, might be able to comprehend, however faintly. As Sarah prepared to leave Oakhaven, she thanked Arthur and Dora profusely. "Your insights, your memories of Ilara, they've been invaluable," she said. "It feels like there's a much bigger story here than I initially imagined. A story of how a place can hold on to, an echo of something powerful, and how people can find ways to live with that echo, even to silence it." She didn't know how close she was to the truth. Arthur and Dora watched her drive away. A ripple had disturbed the calm waters of their carefully guarded past. It wasn't a threatening ripple, not like the architect's machinations, but it was a reminder that echoes, however faint, can sometimes find a way to be heard. The story of Oakhaven, they realized, might not be entirely theirs to keep silent anymore. Chapter 27: The Legacy of Scars. Sarah Calloway's dissertation, when it was eventually published in a niche academic journal, caused a minor stir in folklore circles. It was titled The Oakhaven Anomaly, a study in localized psychic phenomena and communal resilience. It spoke of sustained environmental and psychological stressors, of anomalous art, and the folkloric figure of Dora Finch as a symbolic resistor. It was carefully worded, academically sound, and entirely missed the cosmic horror of the truth, yet it captured a faint, human echo of it. For Arthur and Dora, reading Sarah's work was a surreal experience. It was like looking at their life-altering trauma through a heavily distorted lens, the monstrous reality reduced to academic jargon and folkloric interpretation. Yet there was a strange comfort in it too. Their story, or a heavily veiled version of it, was now part of a record, acknowledged, even if misunderstood. The complete silence that had enshrouded their experience for so long had been subtly broken. Oakhaven itself remained unchanged by the dissertation. Few in the village would ever read it, and those who might stumble upon it would likely dismiss it as fanciful academic theorizing about their quiet home. Life went on. Arthur continued to write, Dora to paint. The years softened them further, their shared past a deep, quiet pool within them. They saw new generations born in Oakhaven, saw the village subtly change with the times, yet remain fundamentally itself, a place that had, against all odds, found peace. One day, an elderly Arthur, walking with a cane, found himself standing before the blank, leather-bound journal that had once belonged to Ilara, now kept carefully by Dora in a cedar box. He picked it up, its emptiness a stark contrast to the violent, desperate words it had once contained. "She would be content, I think," Dora said softly, coming to stand beside him. "That Oakhaven is quiet, that her fight, even if forgotten by the world, meant something." Arthur nodded. "It meant everything to us." He thought of the architect, its vast, cold hunger, its intricate games. And he thought of the simple, unexpected human emotions, forgiveness, acceptance, empathy, that had unraveled its eons of power. It was a David and Goliath story written in the language of existential dread and quiet courage. The true legacy of their ordeal was not just in their survival, but in how they had chosen to live afterwards. They hadn't been consumed by bitterness or endless fear. They had found a way to integrate the darkness, to carry their scars not as open wounds, but as reminders of their strength, their resilience. They had chosen to nurture the quiet beauty of their lives, a defiant act against the memory of the chaos they had endured. They had, in essence, continued to change the flavor of their existence, refusing to feed any lingering shadows with despair. Sarah Calloway, inspired by the Oakhaven story, went on to become a respected folklorist, always drawn to tales of resilience in the face of the unexplained. She never knew the full truth of Arthur and Dora's experience, but she carried with her a profound respect for the quiet strength she had witnessed in them, a sense that some human spirits could face down unimaginable darkness and emerge, not unscathed, but whole. Sometimes she would reread her Oakhaven paper and wonder about the depths she had only skimmed. She sensed a vast, submerged truth beneath the surface of her research, but she had the wisdom to understand that some truths are too profound, too personal, to be fully unearthed by an outsider. Arthur and Dora lived out their lives in Oakhaven. They saw seasons turn, saw the village change and yet remain the same. They were part of its fabric, two quiet figures who held within them an extraordinary secret. Their friendship, their shared understanding, was the bedrock of their later years. When Arthur finally passed, peacefully in his sleep in Willow Creek Cottage, Dora was there. She sat with him for a long time, the silence of the old house filled not with dread, but with a lifetime of shared memories. Later, looking through his papers, she found a handwritten note tucked into a copy of one of his novels. It was addressed to her. "Dora," it read, "we saw the abyss and we didn't fall in. Or perhaps we did and we found a way to climb out, bringing a little of its strange light with us. Thank you for being the hand that steadied me on the rope. The architect sought to make us puppets of despair. Instead, it made us authors of our own improbable piece. Ilara would have understood." Dora carefully folded the note and placed it within the now truly empty pages of Ilara's journal. The legacy of scars was also a legacy of strength, of connection, of the quiet, enduring triumph of the human heart against a darkness that few could imagine, let alone survive. Oakhaven slept on, oblivious, protected by the courage of souls like Ilara, Arthur, and Dora, who had dared to face the weaver in its labyrinth, and against all odds, help unravel its horrifying design. Chapter 28, The Last Page. Dora Finchley lived for several more years after Arthur's passing, becoming Oakhaven's oldest, most cherished resident. She painted until her hands grew too frail, her canvases capturing the subtle shifts of light and season in the valley with a quiet wisdom that spoke of a life lived deeply. The villagers saw her as a gentle eccentric, a keeper of local history, a woman who seemed to carry a profound, unspoken peace within her. None knew the true source of that peace, nor the maelstrom she had navigated to find it. Willow Creek Cottage stood empty for a while, then was eventually sold to a young family from the city, seeking the very tranquility that Arthur had once craved. They renovated it, painted it bright colors, filled it with the sounds of children's laughter. The old mirror in the hallway reflected only their happy, oblivious faces. The architect's stain had been thoroughly cleansed. Sometimes Dora would walk past and smile faintly, a bittersweet ache in her heart. The cottage held so many ghosts for her, ghosts of fear, of despair, but also ghosts of courage, of Arthur's unwavering presence beside her. The story of the Oakhaven anomaly, as Sarah Calloway had termed it, became a footnote in obscure academic texts, a curiosity for a handful of folklorists. The true, terrifying nature of the architect, its cosmic hunger, its intricate loops of torment, remained a secret locked within Dora's fading memory, a tale too vast, too monstrous for the mundane world to bear. And that, Dora came to believe, was as it should be. Some darknesses were best left undisturbed, their lessons carried by those few who had been forced to learn them. One spring morning, when the daffodils carpeted the village green, and the air was fresh with the promise of new life, Dora Finchley passed away peacefully in her sleep, her cottage filled with her paintings, silent testaments to her journey. In her will, she left her collected works to the Oakhaven Village Hall, ensuring her vision of its beauty would endure. She also left a small, sealed package for Sarah Calloway, with instructions that it only be delivered after her death. Sarah, now a tenured professor, her youthful enthusiasm tempered by academic rigor but her intuition still sharp, received the package with a sense of profound, somber curiosity. Inside, she found two items. The first was the blank, leather-bound journal that had once belonged to Arthur Finch. Tucked inside its front cover was Arthur's last note to Dora. The second item was a small, new sketchbook. On its first page, in Dora's familiar, spidery hand, was a single, final drawing. It was not a landscape nor a portrait. It was a simple, almost abstract image. Two small, intertwined figures, barely discernible, standing firm against a swirling, immense darkness. From the figures, a faint but definite light emanated, pushing back the shadows. Beneath the drawing, Dora had written a single sentence. Sometimes the smallest lights shine brightest in the deepest dark, and sometimes they are enough. Sarah Calloway sat with these items for a long time, the weight of their unspoken history settling upon her. She would never know the full story, the terrifying reality of the loops, the true nature of the architect, or the precise, incredible mechanics of its defeat. She would never understand the depth of the courage it had taken for Arthur and Dora to face what they had faced. But as she looked at Dora's final drawing, at Arthur's poignant note, at the silent, empty pages of Alara's journal, she understood something more fundamental. She understood that she had brushed against a truth far greater and more terrible than her academic research had ever revealed. She understood that she had been privileged to know two souls who had walked through an unimaginable abyss and had emerged, not without scars, but with their light, however small, still shining. The story of the Oakhaven architect in its fullest, most terrifying detail would die with Dora Finchley. There would be no more witnesses, no more living memory of its reign. Its cosmic horror would fade completely from the world of men, becoming less than an echo, less than a whisper. But the legacy of Alara, Arthur, and Dora, their resilience, their courage, their quiet insistence on hope and humanity in the face of nihilistic despair, that legacy would endure, woven into the fabric of a peaceful Oakhaven, into the pages of Arthur's novels, into the gentle beauty of Dora's paintings, and into the quiet understanding of a folklorist who knew, with certainty, that she had glimpsed something truly extraordinary. The last page of their horrifying story had been turned, but the story of their enduring spirit, that was a story that would, in its own quiet way, never truly end. Oakhaven was, finally and completely, at peace. The end.